trying Thor again because we opened Lockjaw to cheat something out with the hammer potentially. So we might be donating cubes again to start this morning, but I felt like Lockjaw is the best synergy card potentially with Thor, so let's give it a try. Turn 7 this game. That's exciting. And we have Sunspot on 1. It's good beats. I might have whaled my way through the battle pass. And we got a Heimdall Avatar. Thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Okay, so we have turn 3 Thor, and we have 7 turns this game. So the hammer's pretty likely to come up here, huh?
Face the might of Asgard.
Mjolnir. Be able to say that correctly eventually, he said, knowing that he never would. They haven't done anything yet, huh? Is it even worth filling a spot with Sentinel? Or do you think I'll fill with other things? I probably don't mind, like, one more Sentinel here. Even just chill on Clintar with the card. Might be right to just pass, honestly. I don't really know that I want to fill a 3-power thing into any of these spots. Just dump the mana into Sunspot here. Do I expect them to play out this turn? I kind of don't. I'm expecting them to play next turn, so I think I'm going to wait a turn for Leader. I'm just going to go ahead and White Tiger. I could Leader into Odin Leader as well, though. That's close. Hey, Z, thanks for the 22 months. I'm glad you're enjoying Snap. I am too. Welcome back. We could Odin Thor to have a second hammer in the deck, but I don't know if that's good enough. I kind of want to like Leader Odin Leader as my last 2 turns. My question is, when are they playing out? They have 2 turns left, so I feel like they might be waiting, but they also have 7 cards in, so they might plan at least one thing this turn.
Opponent snapped.
I feel like after my opponent snaps, I should be given the option to replay my stuff out. Like, I basically was given... I feel like I'm punished for not trying to... I feel like I'm punished for trying to save time, basically. Is what it feels like. Feels like the game's telling me, hey Jeff, you were waiting, you were trying to save everybody a little bit of time here, get fucked for doing so. So they're gonna play a bunch of copies of Swarm, so the question is... can we beat Strong Guy here? I'm gonna stay in for 4, but I should have leadered the previous turn. Yeah, we're gonna lose this. This was definitely a great example of Thor just being like aggressively medium right. Like we even played him on turn 3 and just like the hammer never showed up. Hey, thanks for the prime, Jojo. Welcome back. Yeah, I just took a second to pass life. Honestly, I think they should probably let you cancel the fact that you press the end turn button at any time that there's still timer up. I think you shouldn't be locked into it if your opponent is still making choices.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
I don't want cube tracking commands. I think cube tracking commands are bad and you should feel bad for wanting them. My sample size is small to the point of being statistically insignificant. It's not worth tracking. All right, well, we're winning that one, Chip. Get my 2 cards. Thanks, friend. Okay, so I've got 2 plays left here. I think it's like vision into leader, huh? We'd also just like vision into Magneto. DC does trigger on Tiger. We could white Tiger into Odin mid. I kind of like that, actually. Okay, now that they Nakia Dewey leader, I think that's the play, right? They Nakia so we leader.
Oh, snap. Victory.
Boosters, chat. Glorious card boosters. We're getting another new card this morning, too, at some point. We're at 2409. My next card is at 2442, and I currently have 4,000 credits. Are we sure Thor actually puts a hammer into the deck? I am not currently. They increased the booster limit to 1,000, which is more than enough. It was 200 before. Does Diablos ever ruin itself? It does not. Basically gives you 2 out of your 3 locations as blanks. I like Asgard as a location in general because it feels like it punishes these decks that want to play out on the very last turn, which is nice. I don't even really get anything because I just didn't have any plays early. What's in my deck if I Jubilee? There's a leader. There's a vision. There's a white tiger. I guess we'll do this, but There's also a Sunspot and a Psylocke. I don't even know that I want a Thor here, chat. Maybe I'm supposed to. Throw our 1 cube in the pool and bail. Yeah. They had locations almost every week in India. Asgard is both new and a featured location for the next 2 days. I don't think double Lockjaw is good, right? And honestly, Asgard isn't even very good for us either, because we don't have Thor to open, so I think I'm just going to play into Stark Tower and try and win that one. And for my next trick, this deck might be awful, chat. There's a strong possibility our deck is not very good. Hey, what's going on, Engineer? Thank you for the 55 months and for that very generous tier 2. Welcome back.
All systems go.
Chat, you're never supposed to snap in spots like this. Like, maybe I limp in and give you a second cube if you don't snap. I never give you 3 more cubes. It is objectively wrong to snap in that spot. You are hugely negative EV to snap me there. What's going on, Knacker? Thanks for the 37 months. And honestly, the worst part about the fact that we haven't played anything yet here is the fact that
Face the might of Asgard. Union.
is the fact that it means our deck is bad for Jubilee, right? So I can't Jubilee this game because it'll be real medium. There's value in making the opponent retreat by snapping just to save 20 seconds? I don't think so. Not if your goal is to maximize how many cubes you're getting. You're already in the game for however long you were playing it for. You might as well stay committed for the last little bit, right? We can win this game from here, right? Like, do we think leader wins the game? We can like Magneto mid, and then we're 15 here, 19 here. I'll do that for one more cube.
I am Iron Man. Victory.
Yeah, we're playing Vision over Captain Marvel, because if you flip Vision out with Lockjaw, you can move him out of Lockjaw's space to Lockjaw more things. Is the idea. With Lockjaw here, I think I actually pass on 1, because if we Psylocke on 2, we can Lockjaw Sunspot on 3. Or we can just Lockjaw on 2. And then we can Sentinel Psylocke on 3. Supposed to snap there. We redrew the Sentinel. And then we Sunspot here, and then we could potentially just pass on 2 to Infinite on 3. Or pass on 5 to Infinite on 6. Numbers, math. Alright, so what's in my deck? There's 2 cards in my deck. And they're... What are the 2 cards in my deck? Magneto and... Vision? Both of those are great hits on Jubilee, right? So I think we Jubilee and then soak 1 in the Sunspot here. And then we could potentially play a bunch of things into the big house next turn with Sentinel and Psylocke.
Victory.
Playing Crystal doesn't meaningfully pull our curve down. If we wanted things to make our curve lower, we want things that cost less than 4. If our deck is too chunky, which there's a chance that it is, chat. We're supposed to bring the curve under 4. Now I kind of got to decide, where do I want to Lockjaw? Do I want to Lockjaw into Clin? Because we could like Lockjaw Clin and then like Jubilee it the following turn. I don't hate that. We did win the last one, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think we're gonna try and win Clint with Lockjaw. I'm gonna snap early this time. Alright, and for my next trick... Okay. And now we have 7 here that's optional, kind of, which is sweet. In fact, I want to move this over to here for now because it goes up to 8 this turn, and then we could put it back into here if we want to. I think this is a White Tiger mid, and then we can Odin the White Tiger mid next turn, potentially. Okay, so Vision here definitely wins this. The question is, where do I want to play my other cards to have the best chance of victory? I think it's playing into Monster Isle, right? What if we, like, Thor Sentinel right? And just give up the mid since they have Angela and Ant-Man there? Nah, I don't think Odin mid seems good. If I, like, you like Leader mid? Leader mid means anything they play here, we just match. That's true. That's like guaranteed to win here, right? Because we both have 2 spots, and then Vision wins here. Yeah, okay, yeah, I like leader mid. Oh, not if it's strong guy. Do we win the tiebreaker? We just lose the tiebreaker? Fucking Twitch chat. God damn it, Twitch chat. Alright, I'm done listening to Twitch chat. It's always Gap, too. You always get me. I've lost more cubes to Gap than anybody else in Twitch chat. Every time I'm like, yeah, that line's good. Our other line would have won. It was always Gap. Thor Sentinel would have lost? No, Thor Sentinel would have been +9 here, chat. Instead, we got a +4. Instead, we got a +4. Would have been up by a lot over there. That was such a sweet game up until that point, too. It's my fault for trusting Twitch chat. Someone asked, do I think this game has enough depth, skill depth for competitive play? I think this game's has a higher skill ceiling than Magic the Gathering by a lot. Magic the Gathering is an incredibly high variance, low skill game. You could tell me 100 different ways there are non-games in Marvel Snap, and it would still be 3,000 less non-games than Magic the Gathering generates on average. Alright, well, we're losing Asgard, which is unfortunate, but not the end of the world. Hey, what's going on, Spellslinger? Thank you for the 41 months. Welcome back. Happy Wednesday. What are we playing here? Jubilee's got a lot of bangers. We've also got Sentinel, and... Oh, it's just Sentinel and Lockjaw that are bad, actually. We've got Odin, Magneto, and Infinite in our deck here. Maybe it is just a YOLO Jubilee into Asgard. Odin, Magneto, Infinite are 3 of our 5. Can this deck work without Psylocke? I don't know if it works with Psylocke, so your mileage will vary. We're trying to figure out if the deck works at all, chat. Leveling a card in Marvel Snap increases the cosmetic styling of it and increases your collection level, which helps you collect more cards. I think I snap Lockjaw into Jubilee here. We want to get them committed before they see what we're doing. This is the part where they Iceman my Lockjaw. Losing the 1 in 5 after you snap is... Alright, well, it was not a good snap for us, chat. We just lost 2 very large variance rolls after snapping on a good hand. Both Iceman getting us and the TVA. The TVA was honestly the worst beat. We maybe beat the Iceman there. We definitely don't beat the TVA. See, the difference between me and Twitch chat is I can look back on that game that I just played and accept that, yes, snapping was correct, even if it didn't work out. That's the difference between you and me, Twitch chat. Oh, God. Well, so we have 5 rocks in our deck. But I also have a rock to play with Lockjaw on 3 now, so let's get ready to YOLO. That rock could be anything, even another rock. That's true, Chip. Alright, Jubilee, I choose you. 4 rocks and 10 cards. We get 2 randoms here. Hopefully, Jubilee's not about to rock my world, Chip. Oh, no. Oh, no. Bad dog. Nope, don't you bring me rocks.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah. Have your cube.
Escaped.
More like Rockjaw. Yeah, that's a good one. I feel like I'm disappointed in myself for not picking up the low-hanging Rockjaw fruit. Snap Psylocke into Jubilee here. The Infinite being in my opener makes Jubilee a little bit worse for us, but I will say this. I know Jubilee just hit a rock there, but this game, this card is way more fun and interesting when it's not just hitting Chavez every game. I really hope they change the interaction between Jubilee and Chavez, because that's so lame, as is. Lemuria was not a great beat for us, unfortunately. We did successfully draw all of our cheap cards, though, so Jubilee has some pretty solid hit next turns. Alright, so we're losing right. The question is, can White Tiger plus Odin Tiger win left? And then center, probably not into a Nakia. Yeah, Lockjaw is very good in Mr. Negative. We'll play a little bit of that later tonight, or later today, for sure. I'm just aiming for 2 more cubes, but I'm gonna concede if they snap. Yeah, I think we're winning right. I don't know that we're necessarily winning mid. This is just like a Chavez, right? Honestly, so something to look back on this that I could have done better. The fact that Leader was still in my deck for Jubilee probably means playing Sunspot into Asgard was incorrect. The Snap content on YouTube is the best any of my content has ever done on YouTube as a platform. Expect it to continue. Speaking of, there was a new highlight up on the Snap highlight channel this morning. That channel is all Snap all the time. All right, I'm gonna snap Lockjaw into Jubilee and hope that we don't get rinsed off for the first time. Okay, drawing Psylocke here is actually a pretty decent beat because now it's not in our deck. Ideally, we want to draw Sentinel or Sunspot next turn. Drawing Infinite is big sad. There's 2 blanks in our 5 cards here, so we're probable to get a blank here. Okay, Vision's not terrible. So, Miniaturized Lab says no cards can be added here, which means that White Tiger does not work here, unfortunately. Oh, actually, if I'm just getting a random one, I should just do this for an extra mana next turn, right? There's not space for Jubilee here, chat, because I can't move Vision and I can't White Tiger. One of the cards we can hit in our deck right now is also Leader. Leader actually hasn't felt great in this deck because I keep running out of space. I might replace Leader with a different 6-drop. Leader's been worse than a stat stick almost every time we flipped it. Yeah. Well, just like, imagine Leader is just like the Hulk here, right? Because this is like more of a finesse card. And the fact that it just like keeps flipping up at random is really not good for us. I don't even know if playing White Tiger is good, right? What other cards in my deck? There's a Sentinel. We have a Sentinel and an Odin in our deck right now. I guess hitting Odin into the Leader is like pretty okay. 50% to hit Odin on the Leader. That might do it. Maybe Leader's about to redeem himself thanks to Odin. Okay. This is your time, Leader, I believe. Okay, I mean, that was gas. We're gonna lose because of their Khazar? We're gonna lose because of their Khazar? So, if Leader had just been Hulk here, we win this game, right? Right? And this had been Hulk. Hulk is +6 or whatever. That was like the best Leader could have possibly been, and it just wasn't remotely good enough. Hey, Nononi, thank you for the brand new Prime. I know there's a ton of great people you can send that to every month here on Twitch. Thanks for sending it this or this month and keeping me around. Wouldn't be able to be here without folks like you. All right, what's the 6-drop? Is it just a stat stick, chat? We could just like play Giganto. Leader is not good in the meta, which is Zoo variants. I actually completely disagree with your assessment on that. I think Leader is actually quite good into a lot of these Zoo variants because a lot of the Zoo variants are waiting to play their cards until the last couple of turns. Leader is not particularly good against Zoo variants in this specific deck because we're not really controlling when Leader is coming down or where it's coming down at. So in order for Leader to be good against those Zoo variants, you need to be able to like spread your spacing out better, and we can't do that with Lockjaw and Jubilee. Let's play Giganto for now. It's another big mess of stats here like Infinite. Hobgoblin is not good with Lockjaw. Hobgoblin is also not good when you can't really control where it's going and it's coming up randomly. So their card that has that similar problem. Yes, Giganto can hit a non-left location with Jubilee or Lockjaw. Well, I think this is actually okay for us, right?
Oh,
I'm gonna snap on this Lockjaw here, I think.
opponent snapped.
Alright, chat, we're in it till turn 6. Let's do it. Peak Twitch chat is asking me if I not only cut a card that's still on the deck list below me, but also asking me if I cut a card that we haven't drawn to play yet. Is very, very peak Twitch chat. Alright, Rock's a little sad, but Infinite sure isn't. Good old Rock. Nothing beats Rock, chat. Someone asked what the booster limit was. It's 1,000 now. I'm gonna put that number in the title for folks. Whoa, we've got over 500 people in here for Snap this board. That's awesome. If anybody's stopping by that's a regular that hasn't seen Snap before, it's really awesome. It's a fantastic digital card game here by a small company called Second Dinner that Ben Brode and some others started up. It's quick and punchy in a way no other card game I've played in a long time has been. It's currently in closed beta on Android and iOS. Was going to release on the 3 and PC, hopefully sometime soon. Yeah, it's in open beta in the Philippines, and they're opening up in Australia and New Zealand here shortly. Hopefully we just have a full open beta here before the end of the month. We're so unlucky when it comes to cost increases hitting our Lockjaw. Okay, chat, we get to play Thor on Sinister London, which is really good because it means not only will we get 2 Mjolnirs into our deck, but we'll get 2 that get increased by it when we play it out. So I think this is a Thor on... on what's it called? Game 4, rather than Lockjaw. Do I want to Sentinel and start filling my board up? I think so. Honestly, it could be a Snap, yeah. If they wave here, am I still supposed to Thor? I think the answer is yes, because then I could also Infinite double. I could skip 5, soak mana into here. I'm gonna Snap here. We're gonna double Thor. Although I guess the problem with skipping on 5 here is because we double Sentinel, we wouldn't be able to draw. So maybe we can't do that. Yeah, we could just double Magneto. And so Grand Central will pull a card, but the problem with that is if it's Sentinel, we still don't get to draw next turn, right? So we're 2 out of 7 for that not to work. We're 1 in 3 to draw a hammer next turn. It's close. I kind of want to just Lockjaw here. It's tough. It's tough. I'm going to pass. Okay, we win, right? We go Infinite here, Hammer here.
Victory.
Okay, because Hammer kicks this Thor up to 12. Kicks this one up to 12 too, but so what? The one they need to put it concurs that they are torched. Yep. When is Thor out? I literally just had Thor in play, Logan. Or are you talking about the movie? In that case, I don't know. That's a Lockjaw. If we find a Jubilee or some 2s to play after, like a Sentinel here, I think we snap. I think I'm just chilling for now still. Limbo in general is pretty decent for us. Extra turns or something this deck is into. Giganto only plays left, which is actually kind of a reason not to play Lockjaw left here. Might want to play him mid. Well, alrighty then. I'm gonna snap the Karmatage. Maybe this is a bad snap. They're gonna like play Nakia here and just rinse us off. Snapping Karmatage in a non-Nakia deck is actually a little bit loose, thinking on it. Now that I thinks about it. Wait, they just did nothing again? Alright. Alright, you know what? That could have gone much worse, Jet. That could have gone much worse. Did you enjoy your bath, opponent? Nice card. How's your bath? Are you feeling nice and rinsed? You should be. What's going on, Philly? Thank you for the 74 months. One of Hooglandia's first grade class. Thanks for all the support. Welcome back. Is it just like Thor plus Sentinel here? And then if we'll be 1 and 3 to draw the hammer. And then if we draw the hammer, we go like Hammer Odin.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
They're just dead, right? They can only play 1 card. And we're winning here and here. They have a way to get 3 extra power into Asgard? It's a weird stat.
Victory.
Psylocke into Jubilee with Sentinel already in hand. That's a snap. And honestly, Psylocke and Jubilee into Danger Room is great, right? Because Jubilee's card doesn't trigger Danger Room, so she's guaranteed to stay. They almost have a freebie here. Vision potentially slides into there later, which is nice. Okay. Well, that makes things logistically messy. I think that's actually good for us overall, right? My opponent snapped me on that? No, I think this is good for me, friendo. I guess we'll see. But like, I'm getting 2 3-power sunspots, and then I'm getting 2 visions and 2 gigantos. I mean, I guess double Dracula is good for them. Vision plus Giganto is better than Infinite, right? Yeah. Vision plus Giganto is better than Infinite. Because of Sinister London. Honestly, even without Sinister London, it's probably better because we want to play left. Oh God. All right, I think we've lost yet. These Draculas are just going to be huge. So they're gonna play a card out of their hand. Yeah, does the Magneto Center win? Is the question. It doesn't, right? Because the Morbius is gonna get bigger too.
Escaped.
Collection level goes Burr. Alright, split the Odin and level, what's his name? Oh, do I not have enough to upgrade Black Bolt? Oh, there he is. It is super approachable, Hyper. The base premise of just understanding you need the biggest number in 2 of the 3 spots to win makes it very easy to just like pick up at a glance. Yeah, the games are quick and easy for sure. Magneto left could have won. No, because I couldn't pull both Draculas to the same spot, Ordinary Harry. If Magneto goes left and then the second one goes center, it pulls one of them to the center. And then I lose. I win. You're right. I could have had a coin flip there for 4 cubes potentially. Maybe I'm supposed to take the coin flip, but... We don't have a 4 right now, but let's draw one. 2 of them in 7 cards. It's a rip. Okay, I probably want to Lockjaw into a location I don't currently have stuff. So we'll Lockjaw right here, and then we can White Tiger right next turn too. Opponent snapped. I think I'm in through a snap here with White Tiger on Lockjaw. Let's see what we get. There's still an Infinite in my deck we could pull. In addition to getting a Tiger here. We like Spike Infinite into the Baxter building. Giganto could potentially win Kunlun. So we're definitely losing Muriel. The question is, can we win the Baxter building? They have a giant apocalypse and a bunch of swarms. It's a shame this Tiger Spirit went center instead of left. We have Infinite and White Tiger in our deck, as well as a hammer. Like, does Jubilee here plus 2 extra power on this let us win this? Maybe? I'm gonna stay in for 2 cubes. We've come this far. Because if we manage to win Baxter building, we get a bigger one here. We needed a not White Tiger here, huh? So if this had been Thor's, there were 3 cards in our deck when we hit this. One was the hammer, and then there was White Tiger, and then there was Sentinel. So we were 1 in 3 to hit this once the Infinite came off. So we needed to hit. There were 4 cards in our deck when we Jubileed. White Tiger, Infinite, Hammer, Sentinel, and we needed Infinite plus Hammer. I think that's worth saying in for 2 cubes. We had 2 outs there. We did 2 out of the 4. I don't know. It's less than 50%, but probably enough to gamble 2 cubes on. All right, chat. 11 more levels till a card. We still have 3,500 credits, so plenty of things to grind towards. What's going on, Harry? Thank you for the over a year of support. Welcome back. The small deck sizes making the probabilities of what you're looking for compute really cleanly is one of the sweeter things about this game for sure. I'm gonna snap Sunspot into Psylocke into Jubilee here. Death's Domain's not terrible for us since we have White Tiger and Vision in our deck. Losing Sunspot there's kind of a beating. Okay, well, we're playing for Death's Domain and the Onslaught Citadel at this point. Okay, and there's a Thor into the Citadel is not bad. Because even if I play this, I guess... Yeah, even if I play this here, they're probably going to move the Nightcrawler, right? So I think we just play Thor right and chill. Yeah. So they're super committed to Asgard. If you Jubilee into Death's Domain, does what she floop stay? It does, yeah. Okay, so we just pass and then Infinite into the Citadel on. There's like slide Vision, Infinite into Citadel. Is the plan. And we're 25% hit a hammer next turn and add 26 power to that location.
Opponent snapped. Defeat.
I think I like staying in there. We were at 14. They hadn't Nikia'd. Strong Guy. Strong Guy is definitely an aptly named card, though. So what's the benefit to not playing White Tiger there? Infinite. You can only play it if you don't play a card the turn prior. And honestly, that last game kind of shows off the weakness of this card. Like, even if we had found the hammer, which we didn't, Thor was still just the same as Strong Guy, right? So it's like, why are we going through the effort of bricking one of our draws for a card that's like worse than this 2-mana card you could be enabling? Doesn't that telegraph what you have coming? Yes. I don't know. Like the obvious answer to your question is yes. Sunspot can kind of absorb it, but yes. Not playing anything is usually indicative of this thing is coming. You are correct. Yeah, exactly that. Just because it's telegraph doesn't mean they can beat it. One Giganto, please. Lockjaw into the flooding. All right. Oh, wait. Okay, that's hilarious. I didn't realize that worked that way, and that's awesome. Now we snap, right? Because I get to go vision into here, and then he slides into Clin. And then we win Clin plus flooded.
Victory.
I think the hammer should probably give +8 or more. Only getting this to 12 seems not good enough, considering you don't get to do it every game. I think the idea is fine. I think the ceiling that you get when you actually execute it probably isn't high enough. I think guaranteeing you draw the hammer next turn by putting it on top of your deck is, one, both kind of lame and defeats the purpose of what they're going for with the card. So you're correct that putting it on top of your deck would make the card much better, and +6 is probably fine there, but that's very clearly not the design they want this card to have. I'm gonna snap into two people on the Lockjaw here into the Angela path. So for the people in chat right now, you're doing this thing that I find really annoying that card game players do in every game. Yes, all of the things you are suggesting that make Thor strictly better would in fact make the card better. So yes. If you put it to 3 mana, it's better. If you put the hammer directly on top of the deck, yes, also better. So I don't know what you want me to say to the do these things that make the card strictly better make it better. The answer to your question is yes. I don't have anything to say other than yes. Okay, so obviously we're winning Stark Tower. I can't play big cards into the big house. The problem here is they're effectively at, I have to assume they're at 17 power here currently. And they have 4 cards in their hand, so they're probably playing out. Gosh, how much more are they playing out? They're probably playing out They're probably playing out a few more cards. I think I'm gonna stay in here. We get up to 26 here. They're currently at 17.
All systems go.
So this is, they have a 6 power swarm. So they're gonna add 6 here. And another 6 is 12. And then they're gonna play out at least 3 cards. So we cannot win here with Magneto. It's just not enough. Get in.
Escape.
6 power. We didn't know how much power their swarm was gonna have. The fact that it got Okoye and Nakia is tough. It definitely feels like a lot of the 6 mana cards in this game don't have enough power compared to a lot of other things going on. And that felt true when Nova Carnage was good too. It feels like they either need to buff most of the 6 mana cards or continue nerfing the things that give +2 power. That's only +1 power compared to Magneto plus Giganto though, Roth. And for not guaranteed +1. I think Strong Guy needs a nerf. I think they need to, like I just said, I think they either need to adjust the things that are giving +2 more aggressively, probably, or give the six mana things more. Like Hulk, Magneto, I think every non-Chavez 6-drop could use more stats. I think Chavez is probably the only 6-drop in the game that has enough stats for what the mana cost is. In my opinion. Feel free to disagree. That's subjective. But yeah, playing the game, especially seeing how the decks are consistently these cheap swarm decks that are at the top, they either need to nerf the +2s or give you more payoff for playing bigger things. It feels like this is what needs to happen. This is a really awful Jubilee. There's a good chance we just back out after this, because we currently have Sunspot, Psylocke, and Sentinel all in our deck, and we've got all our 6-drops in our hand.
Wind, aid my...
Well, their Jubilee was also bad, so maybe. If they're not snapping, I'm gonna play Thor here, and we'll take a draw step. I think it'll be 1 in 5 to pick the hammer up. Yeah. If we draw hammer next turn, we could go White Tiger to win middle, and then hammer win Space Throne.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Okay, yeah. This works out for us, right? Just like we said. Puts a 7 into the center and a Mjolnir to power this up.
Oh, snap.
We don't win mid. The Tiger's +7 in the mid. Space Throne can't have another card added to it.
Mjolnir, to me. Victory.
Yeah, I think that's what I'd like to see more than anything, Clyde. I think I'd like to see every non-Chavez 6-drop just get more stats. Rather than nerfing things like Nakia or Strong Guy. Because, like, people talking about Strong Guy being the last good Pool 1 thing, honestly, I'd like to see them make more things in Pool 1 be good, right? Like, Blue Marvel, Spectrum, Onslaught, all of those cards getting better would make Pool 1 better. Or there are a bunch of ideally there should be multiple good Pool 1 decks, and we haven't had that experience yet. And I think it's really important to this game having success in the long term that there be multiple good Pool 1 decks, because if all the players for their first month of playing Marvel Snap are just playing one deck mirror matches, that's not a good experience. It's very important that there be a minimum of probably 3 archetypes that are playable in the first 450 levels worth of cards you get for the Pool 1, Pool 2. We Sunspot into Clan, and then we can Thor or Jubilee here potentially on 4 after it soaks some energy. Hey, Lucos, thanks for the tier 3 and thanks for the 44 months. It seems like all those 6-drops you just named required Pool 3 cards to be playable. No, they don't. They're not playable even with Pool 3 cards. Spectrum, Onslaught, Blue Marvel, they're all garbage, unplayable cards currently. They're just bad. I'm gonna Thor into here. Maybe 1 in 3 to draw it next turn, and then 1 in 5 to draw it the following turn.
Face the might of Asgard. Union.
Playing Sentinel in their Mr. Negative deck? That's an interesting choice. Okay, so the Strange Academy is about to flip things every which way, so I think we just Vision. So we're winning Clan, and then we're gonna play to win the Strange Academy. Okay, they gave us an extra turn. That's beneficial for Thor. We're already kind of punting Limbo here, right? Magneto changing the dynamic of which one we're punting is potentially interesting. I think I'd honestly rather just play Hulk, huh? I think we just Hulk mid to play for this. Because Magneto would pull Black Cat and Mr. Negative into here. Which could be a play, honestly. If we Magneto these two into the center when they're not expecting it, and then Vision plus Hulk add into here as well. Could go either way on that. Now, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna pull these in, because if they have like an Arnim Zola this turn, pulling these over could really mess up an Arnim Zola. Okay, and now we just Hulk into Limbo, right? And call it a day. Well, it's a good thing that hit Psylocke, huh? That was the 1 in 3 there. Morph was almost really scary. If Morph hit any of these 4 cards, we got torched. I think Morph's a pretty unplayable card. I think decks like this would have to be a lot more popular than they are for Morph to be playable. In fact, it's probably more specifically as long as the Zoo decks are one of the most popular decks, the discard decks, Morph gets pretty bad. Am I punting Asgard with them committing Bucky Barnes here? I honestly might be. I also can't play into the big house though, so maybe we just can't afford to punt Asgard. Well, the bonus from this isn't going to do anything now, but I could try and lock them out of it.
Opponent snapped.
Snapped. Yeah, I think that's fine. I wish I knew what Jubilee was doing. I guess the fact that we have all of our little drops in our deck makes this Jubilee pretty bad. Alright, I've got like 2 or 3 more games to throw away cubes with this deck, and then we're gonna move along, I think. Thor. To set a low bar, this is better than the Thor decks we played yesterday, but... Do I have death? No, chat. If I haven't played a deck with a cool key enabler on stream, I don't have the card. Is the just way to answer your own question. Has Jeff played a deck in the past? The answer is no. We don't have it. I got Lockjaw last night, and we're playing it this morning. If we have it, we'll play it. This is a card I really like to open too. This goes into a couple of the decks I've been enjoying. Do I want to get Lockjaw going? I really don't have a good location to get Lockjaw going. But I also just like, I can soak the extra mana this turn. Grand Central is going to fill something extra up. We just Lockjaw here, then we'll Jubilee here next turn. Oh! Deal? It's a sweet Killmonger art. I'm gonna snap before the Jubilee flips up here because we got a lot of bomb diggities in our deck. We get 2 shots at bombs. We're probably about to be winning Asgard really hard, he says to himself before flipping up a... Well, I guess our Sunspot, our Sentinel, and our Psylocke are all out, right? So Jubilee should be great. Pretty good, chat. Pretty good. Okay, and now we Jubilee left, because we could Odin Jubilee potentially, and one of these is going down there. If this is the real Mysterio, Asgard could still be in play for them. So one of these 3 Mysterios has 5 power. Wait, our deck only has 1. No! I was like, oh, our deck only has 1 card in it. We get to draw Mjolnir next turn. What a fucking tease. Good golly. Oh, that's kind of funny. Okay, well, I mean, I think with Giganto, we're probably in a fine spot here still, right? Because, like, if this is the real Mysterio and they Chavez us, we're going to 24 here, and this is totally 23. And if this is the real Mysterio, they need to commit, like, here and here to win, which they probably can't do. All right. Oh, by the way, chat, this is a graphical bug. When you click collect on these 25 credits at the end of the battle pass, they're 50 like last season. Was an update mistake. That graphical issue is going to be fixed in a patch here soon. Ah, good old Rock. This might be the single worst location for Archetype chat. Your Yondu is so mean. Thanks for the 3.5 years, MK. GG's. How am I at level 50? I played the most powerful card in a TCG, the credit card. Gorgat, thanks for the brand new Prime. It's my full-time gig here on Twitch, and I wouldn't be able to be here without folks like you, so thanks for keeping me around. Happy Wednesday. I'm not even sure the wave is good for us, right? Because, like, I kind of wanted the White Tiger into Odin anyways, and the Elysium enabled that. I mean, I guess we'll Giganto now, but I don't know that wave was strictly good for us here. Plus, I'm staying in for one more cube, but I feel kind of dead here.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I'm not staying in for 3 more.
Escaped.
Try your cube. Alright, chat. One more card upgrade. We get a new prize. Oh, I think I have a Scarlet Witch that can upgrade at least one. I think Scarlet Witch gets us 1 level off. So close you can test it. All right, our opener's pretty good here. Sunspot into Sentinel. Into Psylocke too. Lovely. How good is Thor? I am losing cubes with Thor, so you don't have to. I'm a man of the people. Do I want to Psylocke here? If I Psylocke, we have 2 decent draws next turn. I think I'm just gonna Sentinel into Asgard. And then with White Tiger drawn, I'm gonna go ahead and Jubilee this turn so we can play the 5-drop next turn. Superflow is sad. I think we White Tiger into here because I'd like the 7-power thing to either be in Atlantis or Asgard for us. All right, so if we Lockjaw into Sentinel, what's currently in my deck, I have an Odin and a Jubilee. So I think because my deck is Odin Jubilee, I want to Lockjaw Sentinel here, right? Because if we hit Odin, I want to be able to, or if I hit Jubilee, I want to be able to hit Odin. And we can just like fill the center location. Jubilee grabs Odin, and then Odin grabs the Sentinel, and our deck is empty. So we're likely winning Atlantis. Opponent snapped. I think we just Magneto right? Because this is gonna pull the Devil Dino over. And then we win left once this is minus 14 here. Because they're not gonna be able to pop off Ant-Man. I think Magneto right is more likely to win than Giganto left, right? Because if we Giganto left, let's assume they play 1 card out of their hand. This will go down 2 to 19, but then this goes up to 22. So they need a 5-power thing to beat us here. I think Magneto suck Devil Dinosaur to the right probably wins Asgard. So they'll need a 6-power thing here. Oh, he pulls the White Queen too. I forgot he was grabbing the Queen as well. We're super good there regardless. I forgot she was a 4. She's a 4-drop. Magneto pulls 3s and 4s over. Alright, I think the plan is we're going to play this deck until we hit another card upgrade to get a new card, and then if the new card's worth building around, we'll spend some time dorking around with whatever the new card is next. Sunspot gets to just absorb a bunch of extra energy here. Angela into the right rather than into Xandar is interesting. They got rewarded since it's Stark Tower here, but in general, that's a little bit loose. I guess they just wanted to try to compete with my Sunspot as a fair take. What is Jubilee? This is a pretty bad Jubilee for us right now, right? Sunspot, Psylocke, and Sentinel are all in 5 cards in my deck, so I'm definitely better off playing Thor here, because she's incredibly likely to hit something that I'm not interested in. Mojo into the center. Sure, okay, so we're punting Xandar here, most likely. Well, I guess we could play into Xandar if we wanted to, if we wanted to. Oh, that's a Mjolnir. Okay. Well, now we like Vision plus Mjolnir here to give Thor the plus power, and they snapped me.
Oh, snap.
I'm gonna snap back. I think this is good for us because Vision's gonna go up to 9 here, and then we can move him around. And the Hammer's gonna get +2 here also.
Mjolnir, to me.
To me!
I am Iron Man. All systems go.
Do I bail out of Stark Tower? So the problem with Vision mid is this is only 10, and if they pull Nightcrawler here, I lose. I kind of like this, I think. If I were to Odin into here, how much power do we end up with? It's -9, so I go down 1 to 32, but then Mjolnir triggers again, putting us up to 38. I think they're gonna play into Stark Tower. I think this is the sequence. Dead.
Defeat.
And we had no way to beat 44 here, right? Not even a little. That was close. Yeah, and again, like, imagine Magneto's 2 more power here, right? Like I said, I think compared to these Swarm decks, all of these 6 drops are just too weak. Thor 2, right? Like, imagine Thor had real stats there instead of just like 12 for like, that was a game where like Thor kind of like actually happened and it just like was distinctly not good enough compared to what their Swarm deck was doing.
Opponent snapped.
Lockjaw is a bit worse with the Central Park, but yes, things like Angela and Bishop outclassing 6 drops is rough. Well, now we just Magneto right? So 7 months, Norman. Welcome back. Let's see what big scary thing they're putting into play with Wave. We were going to play 2 drops into the Lockjaw path, but we'll take the opportunity to double Magneto thanks to this. Wait, Wave's about to go for a ride on the Magneto train. That's big sad. I guess we White Tiger into mid and then just like Giganto left on the last turn. I think Chavez and Infinite are the only appropriately statted 6 shots. I actually think this card's probably too small. If you look at decks like Sarah and the discard deck, they regularly play out far more than 20 power for 6 resources, so they don't have to skip a turn to do it. Oh, I actually disagree. I think Chavez is probably the only 6-drop in the game I wouldn't give more stats to. I'll stay for 2 Qs, but I think we're dead.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Defeat.
Even if you count Sif and Ghost Rider, like, I don't know. Like, that's a different factor entirely, Corel. I think there's an argument to be made that Ghost Rider shouldn't be able to Infinite, but that's a different discussion. Well, I mean, that RNG is okay for us. Well, I mean, all things considered, that was one of the less bad outcomes for us here. Our Sunspot's gonna go to 6, so we have a total of 13 power here, so probably drawing cards. Drew Sentinel. So there's a Psylocke in my deck currently. My deck has 2 cards, and there's Psylocke plus Thor. So do I want Psylocke plus Thor? I could try and high roll here. We could do this, and then if we hit Thor, we're in a pretty good spot. Jubilee gives me both, though, which gives me 3 cards here in Stark Tower, which is kind of good. And then I have a 50% chance to draw Mjolnir next turn with Odin. Okay, so now we know Mjolnir is the only card in our deck. We know it's the only card in our deck. So if I White Tiger mid, next turn we get to Mjolnir plus Odin mid. And I could Sentinel here to force the Tigers to go left. Because we're adding 12 power to Thor next turn. So we'll win left and we'll win right here is the plan. No, I forgot about Lockjaw. Oh, fuck, we're gonna lose right now. This game was so close to being great, chat, and then I just, like, took it and spiked it into a garbage can. Well, shit. We might still win. I'm gonna Odin here, so they have to commit to here, and then we're up a lot here, and we're up a little bit here. I think we still win this with Odin. I definitely forgot about Lockjaw's text there. Ooh, they played here and they didn't concede, so they're winning? Yeah, Devil Dinosaur is still correct. Ooh, if I would have moved Vision over, we'd have actually won here. That's cute. I was expecting them to commit more to Scar, but I guess they just assumed I wasn't playing there, which was a good assumption. Yeah, I guess moving Vision mid's kind of a free henge, but it's also Gap giving the suggestion, and we always lose when Gap gives a suggestion, so I'm not sure if it would have worked out had we done that. We also would have won right there if I hadn't made the boneheaded play getting the hammer out early, right? Is it crazy to pass the first 2 turns here and then just Sunspot Sentinel on 3 after Lockjaw? I think I'm gonna snap and that's the play. I think that's the line. Oh, well now we can Jubilee. All right, now I'm gonna Sunspot. We missed a power, but I think that's right. Oh, that's interesting. I think I'd rather play into Klin now, right? I think winning Klin is probably better than drawing 2 with Asgard. They're effectively punting Klin to get 2 cards with Asgard. Okay, and I mean Magneto sucking Scorpion over here is actually good for us long term, right? Wong is scary. Wong is scary. I could just pass into Infinite, right? That gives us 30 in the middle. They could be the Gambit deck. That's true. Jubilee is better into the Gambit deck. We could Jubilee plus Sentinel here. Yeah, I'm gonna fill the board in case of the game attack.
Mjolnir.
Okay, so Hobgoblin means probably not the Gambit deck, right? And we unfortunately missed the 1 in 3 on the hammer. Oh, I guess we could Odin. We could Odin to get another shot at hammer. Oh, we could also Odin mid to send the Hobgoblin back to them. Yeah, that's ideal, right? It's worse against Gambit, but it's better against Hazmat. Yeah, the old Uno reverse card.
Victory.
My dear old friend, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back.
This land can never be fully known.
Scarlet Witch, Weird World. It always makes me feel like it's a waste of a game. All right, I'm gonna gamble Lockjaw into the danger room and we'll just retreat if we hit the 25%.
Opponent snapped.
That's right, there's rocks in our deck. I got rocks in my boots. Damn it, Rockjaw.
Mjolnir.
Yeah. Well, rock. Nothing beats rock, shit. Okay, let me just Magneto here, and we snap the bot and win. It's gigantic.
Victory.
Someone asked how far are we into our booster limit. Probably 200 or 300. I'm playing for 2 hours. I didn't play much last night because I knew we were gonna do a long snap stream today. Turn 3 Thor, chat.
Oh, snap.
That's a snap. So the hammer will be 1 in 7 when we play it out next turn. I think I want to play for Clint here. This is in play for us with Thor, he said optimistically to himself. Getting hit's annoying, but I think that's probably better for us than White Tiger getting hit. I'm gonna Sunspot into the Baxter building and just hope that Thor plus winning the Baxter building wins us Klin. The White Tiger could also potentially play into that as well. Okay, so probably not winning Baxter. That's a Jubilee. Our deck has 5 cards in it. Those cards are Infinite, Odin, Lockjaw, Sentinel, Mjolnir. This might be loose, but we're gonna let RNGesus take the wheel on this one. Yeah, Odin and Lockjaw are both redraws is accurate too, so can we just spin to win here? So 13 months Venom, appreciate the prime. Spin to win. Ah, Professor Tilt, thanks for showing up. Appreciate the lesson. And then we're torched.
Escaped.
Alright, at least with Lucagulia, we have the option to put rocks in our deck, so he just gets a decline. We're not actually done, and this is the thing a lot of people don't get yet. We've had a couple of 8-cube wins while we've been playing this. Your deck doesn't have to do the thing it's trying to do every single game because of how the cube system works in Marvel Snap. And a lot of people don't seem to get this. This game is way more forgiving to shitty brews than most card games are because of how the snapping system works. Decks that are less consistent are way better in Marvel Snap than less consistent decks are in literally every other card game you've ever played. I think I'm gonna play this into Legulia here, so that way we can Odin her next turn, potentially. Yes, when 1 win can equal 8 losses, it makes your higher variance combo better. Yeah, it's huge.
Mjolnir, to me.
Okay, there's 3 rocks in our deck now, but we get to power up Thor again here as well. So we're 50% to hit a rock into this path. Oh, we drew a rock. Yeah, that's true. So we're 33% to hit a rock. I just wasn't even paying attention to my draw because I knew I was playing Odin. I guess there's a question of, is 18 enough to win the Dream Dimension? It might not be. Because they're at a virtual 16 with Strong Guy. Oh, we're just gonna lose left.
Mjolnir, to me.
again, just to highlight the kind of discrepancy between 6 drops and 1 drops in this game, even if my Odin had worked there, right? Like, my Odin only pulled like 10 power worth of things for 6 mana, and my opponent put, you know, 15 power into play here for 4 mana, essentially. The ratios on 6 drops are a hard sell at the moment. Alright, Thor with Sinister London is not the worst if we can manage to find our way over. Double Ant-Man, not bad for them. Miniaturized Lab, okay. Lockjaw's actually not great with Sinister London. Because the cards that get copied from London aren't technically played. Oh my god. We're so unlucky with this Icebox. Actually, every time Icebox and Iceman have flipped up, they just, like, always hit exactly the card I'm hoping to play on curve. Wave lets us get away with it, huh? Do we Thor or do we double Magneto now? It's actually kind of close. The upside to Thor is actually pretty high because we get to, like, quad hammer. I think it's actually right to Thor here. Because if the hammer shows up, we have Odin to pair with it too.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir. Mjolnir.
Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. And do I want to Jubilee into here? What if I Jubilee into here? Would I rather Vision or Jubilee? We're waiting to hammer, chat. What's my deck right now? My deck has 5 cards. Those 5 cards are Giganto, White Tiger, Psylocke, Sentinel. Jubilee's not very good because I've got a lot of bricks. There's another hammer is true. The upside of hitting another hammer is high. I think I'd rather just Vision. I think that's the more consistent play. It would be really nice to be able to view your deck in client, you know? And then we do this, right? This is the line.
Oh, snap.
Right. Okay, it's fine. We're winning center.
Mjolnir to me. Mjolnir to me. Mjolnir to me. Mjolnir to me. Mjolnir. Mjolnir to me. Mjolnir to me. Defeat.
So if Thor had gone right, this would have been another 14 into here, and we would have won, right? We actually would have won if Odin hit right. So they won the coin flip. We we lost 2 coin flips in a row. If Onslaught goes center, we win, or if Odin goes right, we win. So we lost two RNG flips on that, unfortunately. I guess this was a little bit less than a coin flip because we technically needed Mjolnir and Odin to both go here. So this first one was a pure flip, and this one was 1 in 4, right? So we lost 50%er and then a 25%er for both of these to go here. It's also interesting, maybe was I supposed to, you know what? I messed up actually. If I put both visions into the right, we won this, right? Because if I put both visions into here, it forced Hammer plus Odin center. Okay, so it wasn't, so I messed up and then we still had a percentage play when I messed up. But if we put both visions into here, it would have forced the Hammer plus Odin center. And that wasn't something I was thinking about. And then we actually beat this right? Because we would have been 40 plus another hammer. We would have been 46 on the right. Good call. So I could have deterministically won this. The way things played out. Although I suppose that's not even strictly true though, because the way that happens, if their onslaught flips here, we actually lose, right? Because we would have been 38 here and they would have been 9-8 in the middle. So I don't know if that's even strictly correct to do so, right? Okay, and that's tough. Like there's a lot of percentage plays to consider there. Still a sweet game regardless. Thor really got to pop off. Hey, thanks for the sub gift, Matt. I appreciate it. Yes, Thor plus Odin working together is a huge flavor success for sure. Sentinel is lovely curve filler here. Someone asked why we were playing Sentinel, and being able to fill curve on 2 and 3 off of 1 card is the big reason why. And with Vision and White Tiger, the Sanctatorium should be in play for us, which is nice. Hey, Matt, thanks for the second sub gift. Appreciate it. All right, well, I assume we're losing Asgard here. This means we could win it in the long term, though. I'm gonna play here.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
So they unfortunately get to draw 2 cards here. Asgard is another location that's really good for these Zoo decks, which are already arguably the best deck in the game. All right, I'm gonna Vision mid so we can win this. And then we hope Jubilee wins the center for us next turn, I think. You want to snap here? I don't know that I'm confident enough to snap. Like, we're by no means guaranteed to win Atlantis or Asgard here. I think that's actually a really bad snap for that reason. I'm gonna stay in for 1 more cube, but honestly, if they snap, I think we retreat. Okay. Okay, Lockjaw was one of our better RNGs here for sure.
Union to me.
I don't know if that's actually good enough, but it was kind of sweet. Yep. And again, just kind of the highlight of the Zudex. They couldn't even trigger Strong Guy this game either. They drew 2 cards with Asgard, and Sanctum was here, so they couldn't empty their hand. So they were like down 6 power because of the locations, and they still torched us. Yeah. I think Nakia should probably get the Okoyo treatment. The Zudex struggle against lockdowns like Storm and Professor X. That's not really true. The Zudex like Sarah that explicitly want to play on the very last turn struggle in those situations, but the Khazar Zudex that play to the board proactively tend to do really well into the lockdown because they play out early. It depends on when it wants to sequence. Yeah, the Zudex can really play into Storm. And Professor X, Professor X isn't good into anyone. Professor X is a high variance RNG shit show that randomly wins one person the game when it comes down. Sometimes it randomly wins your opponent the game, and sometimes it randomly wins you the game. It's just the highest variance card in this game. It's like flipping a coin, gambling if your opponent's gonna play to the same location you did. Huh? So do we Thor into Jubilee then? This feels like a Thor into Jubilee into Asgard. Could also be Lockjaw into Jubilee, but Asgard gives us a high probability of Thor being really good. And with Odin rolled up in hand, if we can find Mjolnir, we'll win that location hard, especially if they play into it as well.
Wind, aid my hand.
Face the might of Asgard. Union.
Okay, now that's an interesting proposition here. Because they flooded center, do we just Jubilee mid now? I'm kind of into Jubilee mid. We have what in our deck? We have Infinite, Sunspot, Sentinel, Vision, White Tiger, and Mjolnir. They're gonna Juggernaut mid? I mean, if they Juggernaut mid, that's also still fine. It just means Jubilee goes somewhere else. I think I'm gonna Jubilee mid rather than Asgard. Wow, and they played to Asgard. Okay, they want the cards instead of the location.
Union to me.
That's kind of a funny result. So now we play Vision out. Oh, Magneto's gonna win Flooded. He totally does, doesn't he? That's a good shout. Yeah, we'll play Vision here. Yeah. And then we can Vision into Crimson Cosmos potentially along with Magneto to win that. Captain Marvel makes the game logistically more complicated. I think it's still just Magneto here. I think we have to leave Vision here, right? It could also just be Vision Center Giganto left, because of Captain Marvel, because Marvel just jumps in to win the center if we pull Storm out, right? And she can only at best tie center here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move Vision mid and then play Giganto left here. Sweet.
Victory.
This one, Kim. And see, chat, and there you go. There's 4 cubes, picking us back up again. And hey, there's an Odin upgrade and a new card. Let's see what we got. Hopefully something to brew with, huh? All right, hit me, dealer. Listen, say what you will about the lack of agency in getting cards. They've definitely created a system that makes it exciting every time you hit a card. And while there's more variance than I would care for, they've definitely made it feel satisfying a lot of the time when you get there. Until this card is unplayable, then we feel bad. But, you know, 1 dopamine, please. Womp, 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 womp. And this is like a double dopamine kick in the nuts, because they announced that this is gonna be one of the cards in the upcoming Nexus event. So not only is this card unplayably bad, but we could have gotten this from the upcoming Nexus event. Quite bad. All right, we're gonna change decks still because we've been playing the Thor deck all morning, but that is not something we're going to build with. I will save money though. Chat, I don't want my money, I want cards. We've been throwing my credit card at this client as hard as I possibly can. I think I wanna play Mr. Negative, because Lockjaw is good in Mr. Negative. We just got Lockjaw. I was playing some Lockjaw Negative off stream last night, and I think I want to try Leader in here too. Maybe, I don't know, Leader's a tough one, because this deck does fill up its board space. Yeah, maybe once I have Zero and Red Skull, I could see Destroyer being maybe okay. But again, like, chat, this is the thing about 6-drops. Destroyer is another one of those 6-drops that's still just not really big enough, right? Like, you jump through all these hoops to get 16 power for 6 mana, and the 1-drop Zoo decks get more power than that for less mana and didn't really have to work for it. Do I want to put Leader in here? Do we, like, I wonder if I need Crystal still. Lockjaw gives me another way to consistently get to Mr. Negative on time. So maybe we cut Crystal for another top end payoff and play the Leader. Let's try that, I think. How is it possible to get Wave once the beach event is finished? The season pass cards are added to the pool 3 card pulls you can get the month after the pass ends. So the June pass card, which is Wave, will be available to pull in pool 3 starting in August. And if you think, but Jeff, that's so long, next time buy the season pass. The booster cap was uncapped yesterday. It's now 1,000. It's now 1,000 per day. Here, happily farming boosters today. Lots of boosters being farmed. All right, we didn't discard our Mr. Negative, so we got that going for us. That is a turn 3 Mr. Negative, or as I like to call it, a snap. How can you get the Mr. Negative portrait? I don't believe you currently can. I believe our opponent is a bot. Leader, all the cards look so cool with the Mr. Negative workaround. I think I want a Lockjaw. Actually, I want a Lockjaw into Atlantis because Starlit Citadel is about to switch things around. So if Atlantis ends up here, I want this to be open. Okay, so now we White Tiger into the Starlit Citadel. Drax is huge. He is not bad.
Opponent snapped.
Opponent snapped, huh? Is Sunspot better than a random out of my deck? We could hit Zola, but Zola's gonna gas. Zola in our deck. We have an Iron Man in our deck. We have a Ronin in our deck.
Enough said,
We're gonna lose to the bot, aren't we? God, chat, we even lose to the bot playing the Swarm deck. We even lose to the bot playing the Swarm deck. Rip.
opponent snapped.
An extra energy on turn 1 is unfortunately not very good for our deck. Our hand's decent though, so I'm gonna stay into their turn 1 snap, I think. So, doing the Kia to pump our hand, or do I Lockjaw so we can negative and to flip a card out right away? Kind of like the latter. Drawing White Tiger sucks though. Lockjaw is definitely a content card, that's true. We have an Odin in our deck. We have an Iron Man in our deck. We have a Ronin in our deck. We have a Psylocke and Sunspot in our deck. We got some stinkers here to hit. Hopefully it's an Iron Man. Stinker acquired. Oof. Oof. I guess Jubilee and Lockjaw are a little bit sketch with Mr. Negative in our deck. We just leader, right? I guess we lose because they have Angela, though, huh? I'm gonna stay in to show that leader's not good enough for the sake of content, but I'm pretty sure leader's not good enough here. Yeah, all the cards are about to get played from Sarah. They're all bumped by Nakia. We lost here by 1 point again because of the Angela.
Defeat.
So they spent 6 mana on the last turn, and they added 13, 28, 32 power to the board. It's a big rip in comparison to things like that. I think the Zoo decks have a little bit more counterplay than the Nova Carnage decks. I think Nakia needs I think Nakia both needs a nerf, and there's a lot of cards. They didn't buff enough things in the last patch, I don't think. I think there's a lot of unplayable cards in this game that could stand to tune up. Oh right, Hulkbuster also added 7. Yeah. So they added like 50 power on the last turn. Or Rogue / Cosmo. What do Rogue and Cosmo do against the opponent's archetype? Can you explain? I don't understand. Counters Sarah. No, not really. You have to predict which path they're going to play Sarah into, and your opponent has to have priority when you don't. So to answer your question pointedly, no. Your suggestion of those cards don't really meaningfully counter anything. And Cosmo just pointedly does not impact Sarah at all. Leader's awkward because they might not play into Crimson Cosmos, but don't really have a much better play here. Well, that works out. There's a little bit of a game of chicken here with the sunspots. I wonder if we just like white tiger right, but it concedes deal.
Victory.
I could be right to Odin right. I think there's a chance if we Odin right, we lose left. Although I guess if they play a bunch, no, because the way Dark Dimension works, leader won't copy anything they play center, right? You think Zola right was most likely to win? I can see that. Yeah, copying Drax into both these locations is fine, and so is copying leader. Opponent was outie regardless. Leader copies stuff in the dark dimension. Does it? Okay, I actually don't know what that interaction is. So maybe you're right. But I would assume it doesn't, but you could perhaps be correct. It copies it face up. Okay, sweet. Good to know. I think I want to save Psylocke for after I Lockjaw.
Oh, snap.
I want to snap here before they see Lockjaw flip out. And then next turn we can Jubilee into here. Wow. They just got a little awkward for us, chat. Okay. Okay. God bless America, my country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of the I sing. Do 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 do. Boo do 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 do. Alright, so I think this is like Ronin and Sunspot, and then we leader on the last turn. Mr. Positive, yeah. All it did was reduce Odin's power by 2. Yup. This card actually might be better as Devil Dinosaur now that people are all playing these Storm decks. Might actually be the case. Is that is probably wrong, honestly. I think we're losing Asgard because they're gonna flood the board this turn with Sarah. They snap, I'm leaving. Otherwise, they can have 2 more cubes. So I'm gonna swap this for Devil Dinosaur here after this game. Oh, I guess this had the potential to be bigger, huh?
Defeat.
If this had been 8, we still lose here, right? It'd be 15. I think Devil Dino's still better because of what the metagame looks like, but wouldn't have won us that particular game. Lockjaw definitely adds a bit of variance to the deck. Do we have other Jubilee hits that 1 min? I have no idea. I didn't sit there and count it. TVA is not particularly great for our deck, but we're already committed for 1 cube, so might as well play it out. I mean, I think collector dino decks are great. We played a Quinjet deck the other day that'll have a highlight on the Snap channel here soon. It's very reasonable. Going on, Moose Lover. Thanks for the 3rd of year. Glad you're enjoying the Snap stuff. I really appreciate the Prime. Thanks for keeping me around. You will be able to get Wave from the General Pool 3 card pool starting in August. Zola, Mr. Negative, Iron Man, Jubilee is a redraw. Yeah, I think we stay in. I'm not snapping, but oh yeah, Tiger's in there too. Honestly, then maybe we should snap.
Oh, snap.
The Sunspot's going up a power here too. Wow, Cloak is good. All right, we've played ourselves. Did we lose that by 1? We just lost it by 1. So the tiebreaker is total power, and they're up 5 and we're up 4. Beats. Death's Domain isn't terrible since we have White Tiger rolled up.
This land is always changing.
Okay, 6 drops costing 1 less is nice. Definitely not a Koying because it gives our opponent extra stuff. Can you explain why you don't think Odin belongs in my White Tiger deck? In my Arnim Zola Jubilee leader deck? Most of the games that don't involve Mr. Negative that we're going to win involve Odin being played. I was invited to the early access for the Magic the Gathering thing. I declined to play. All right, so Sunspot puts an extra power here, but it takes away 2 power here. But I think taking 2 power out of Weird World is fine. We're up by a lot there. I guess things get awkward if this first White Tiger goes mid instead of right. But if the first White Tiger goes right, we have a pretty good spot here. You want a magic Death's Domain? I don't think so. I think I just want to Arnim Zola the White Tiger and call it a day. One of my least favorite card gamer interactions that happen in every card game that has ever fucking existed is I take the time to articulate myself and explain why I think Odin belongs in this deck and the synergy it has with other things and how it's good in our non-Mr. Negative games. And then some little wanker in chat pipes up and says, well, in my opinion, that's wrong. Fuck off. Like, it's fine to have a differing opinion, but for you to just pop up in chat and be like, I think you're wrong with absolutely zero explanation or discussion. Like, I did you the courtesy of explaining myself and you just being you're wrong in chat without any explanation of why your opinion differs. Like, why? It's like, it's not helpful or constructive or useful. If you want to like have a conversation and like back and forth with me and explain why you disagree, that's fucking awesome. And let's do that. But just don't, it isn't even about facts, right? Like, it's subjective and it's an opinion, but don't just show up and be your opinion is wrong with nothing else offered. Like, have a discussion, generate a conversation, but just like, hey, you're wrong after I took the time to articulate myself to you is so fucking rude.
Oh, snap.
Maybe snapping is wrong there to get more than a cube, but LOL. Like, it's always fine to disagree, chat. It's always fine to have a conversation. I'm wrong all the time. Just ask my wife. Wrong constantly. But just the you're wrong, I disagree with nothing further is just, it's so obnoxious. So when you do that and you're obnoxious to me, I'm gonna be obnoxious back. And you can take a 10-minute break and go away. All right, that's not bad. That's a turn 3 negative. That's a turn 2 Mr. Negative, or as I like to call it, a snap. Let's Psylocke to the right, so that way we can decide, do we want a negative into the center, or do we want to go into the mystery zone, depending on what the negative is going to be.
Victory.
Some cubes up. I didn't even call that person any names. I used some mean words that maybe children shouldn't be allowed to hear. Apologies for the potty words. And maybe if you need earmuffs for those, the Marvel IP's not for you, because these movies are rated PG-13, chat. There's some potty words and some boobs in these Marvel movies. All right, do we Mr. Negative into Lockjaw? I think we Mr. Negative into Lockjaw. It does, so Mr. Negative into Lockjaw is a little bit of a double-edged sword. It gives us Mr. Negative hit this turn, but it also means if I play future cards into the Lockjaw space. Okay, well this is, okay. All right, yep. There are things happening on this turn. Things have occurred. Content has been created. Oh, and now Mr. Negative's not in our deck anymore. Our deck is empty, chat. How does Lockjaw work when my deck is empty? Does anybody know? Okay, it just doesn't do anything. Got it. The Tiger going mid instead of left's a little unfortunate. We could lose this. Because they have the carnage in their hand is 10 power, right? What does Lockjaw do? It grabs a random card out of our deck in place of the thing you put into play. If they try and play into the left with the big carnage, I assume they're gonna carnage here and then try and win center and right. But they need to add 10 power, 11 power to center to win that, right? And Iron Man, if they only tie us, wins a tiebreaker hard. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lockjaw is good in this deck. It helps you get to all of your cards that have been negative. Oh, do they have a Nova here to win right? Oh, they have a Khazar. Okay, yeah, I think we're dead. Yeah, Tiger going mid. It probably wasn't right to play Tiger last turn, but I wanted to see what it did with Lockjaw. How do Mr. Negative and Hobgoblin interact? It's a free card that gives your opponent 5 power. So not great. Yeah, it's just 0 cost. It could honestly be right to put Hobgoblin in this deck just so you could have a 0 mana 5 power card into locations where your opponent is filled. I can see that being okay. Because you play Hobgoblin into a spot that they're full, it just stays for you. Snap viewer numbers on Twitch have been a touch worse than my Magic numbers on Twitch, but it's had good numbers on YouTube. And I just enjoy playing Snap more than playing Magic, which is a bigger factor in what I play these days rather than just metrics. Snap numbers in the sub-survey were decent, but the sub-survey also has some awkwardness because, only less than a quarter of the subs respond to it. It honestly might have been right to play Nakia into Death's Domain here, just so I don't have her gumming up the board. I'm not sure her 1 power is going to be useful. Savage Land flipping up in their Patriot deck's a good beat. I guess if I Odin here, we're kind of big. Uno reverse card. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we got him. Ha! Got him. All right, so what are we doing? Opponent snap. That's a little scary. Yeah, I think we just leader, huh? We just like leader left, and then we should win left and center. We've been Ultron, chat. Our drones are so much worse than their drones. The Bitter Fig, thanks for the prime. I really appreciate the support. Patriots on the list of cards I really want to open. I think this deck is sweet. I have Ultron already, and this is the only way he's potentially useful is with Patriot. I think you play anything other than Armor Silence. I don't know that Nakia is necessarily good. Nakia's awkward in like the non-Sarah zoo decks because they want to play out to the board sooner typically. Yeah, our new card today was a dud. It was unplayable. We got Destroyer. Which is fine. We got Lockjaw last night, so that was a new toy to play with. I don't know how much more of this we're gonna play though. I haven't been having a very good time with Mr. Negative this morning. Right on time, Psylocke. Welcome to the party. Yeah, Mindscape desperately needs an animation. I too frequently forget Mindscape exists. All right, are we gonna try and play to win Hellfire Club and Big House? I think so, I think I'm gonna White Tiger into Clin. Yeah, I think they were pretty likely to make another play into Hero Strong Guy already lined up. All right, do I Lockjaw into Sunspot or do we just Iron Man? I think I want to just Iron Man mid and then we'll leader next turn. I think I'm staying in for a snap here. Wait and see what they do.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
I think that means we're dead, right? Because even if I leader here, Bishop's gonna end up bigger than my leader, and then whatever they play here we copy and then we lose. And we've lost Clin. So we win this, we lose this. I guess I could technically Lockjaw into Sunspot, but I don't have anything in my deck that we really hit that's very good, right? Like even if I hit, I can't play one drops here because it's Hellfire Club.
Escaped.
Let's do one more with this. I think we'll change things up. Oh, put it. Dino was potentially the only not losing line. Yeah, I think Dino was not gonna win that there. Yeah. Dino was the best probability play, and still not very good. What's going on, Hucklebear? Thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Oh, Savage Lands is quite bad for us. Our deck tends to like having a lot of space. That is correct. Jubilee and the Space Throne will not activate. Well, I'm glad we had priority there, I suppose. Yeah, this is so sad. We finally have the free Zola, and like there's 2 Raptors over here on the right side that we can't do anything about. I think Iron Man wins the Icebox before us, most likely. Wow, that was a hell of a gamble from the opponent. If we just played any card here, we won the Space Throne immediately. So Cosmo stops Zola, so that just adds 12 power here. What's in my deck? I have 3 cards in my deck. They are Leader, Nakia. Odin sends their Hobgoblin back. It does not. Odin only triggers the same things in the location he's in. Yeah, so Lockjaw is not very exciting here to trigger. I can add 9 power here. I guess I could do this and it adds 12 power here. Oh, but Zola takes away one of these, right? Which is unfortunate. This adds 11 power here. All right, Sentinel. Devil Dino. Wait, does that mean we tie? I think that means we tie, right? And then I'm up 14 and they're up 10, so we win?
Victory.
Take that. No, we had an 11 power here. It's like we beat a Chavez or whatever, and I think we're pretty likely to win the Icebox with Iron Man. That's definitely a game worth staying in for a single cube. All right, I'm gonna play one more with the Mr. Negative deck, and while we do that, I'm gonna let chat deck vote for what we want to do. Domino, Disruption, Agatha, Eastbound, or Quinjet. All right, chat, you have 3 minutes to vote. As always, you can use shillings or channel points to vote extra. Some spot into Mr. Negative, so let's start. This Raptor location is just glued to us. Leader looking really awkward onto this gummy board. Okay, that's a Jubilee. We can also Jubilee plus Iron Man next turn. What's in our deck? We have Lockjaw. We have White Tiger that's inverted. We have an Odin. I think we Jubilee with the chance of Odin here. For sure. I think I just let my extra mana soak into Sunspot. Quinjet with a solid lead as we head in the last minute of voting. Your finest redraws, please. The Jubilee Lockjaw interaction is so good. All right, friends, where are we going? And we get to Jubilee plus Iron Man this turn. What's the last card in our deck? 5 power White Tiger is the last card in our deck, which is actually kind of guess. So we can't send a 7 anywhere, but I think we're winning. Maybe a risky snap? I don't know. I think we're solid. All right, we're gonna play some Quinjet after this. Yes, Jubilee finishes resolving after Lockjaw enters. So we're gonna have what? This is 6 level. We're gonna have 22 power here in the Strange Academy.
I am Iron Man.
We win by 2 here? Yeah. Sick.
I am Iron Man.
Victory.
Let's queue up some Quinjets, chat. We'll probably play 2 more decks today. I think we're gonna do an extra long snap stream to farm boosters up. I would kind of like to work through. I have 2,500 credits at the moment, so I'd kind of like to work through all of those. Escape is really annoying and bad for us. That swaps our hands at the end of turn, which means we can't really prep for our Devil Dinosaur. They didn't fully get rid of the booster limit, but they made it high enough that it's effectively not there. Which is all you could really ask for. Well, that's heckin' rude. Our collector nice and big here. But I think we're punting Mary Isle at this point. Although Green Goblin makes it harder to win Mindscape now. It's like a mini Hobgoblin jet. We have 4 cards in hand. My opponent retreated? Really? They're just like punting because I can't win the Sanctatorium? Alright, sure. I'll take my cubeless and chat. Don't look a gift cube in the mouth, okay? I don't really need to draw cards, right? So I don't think we're worried about Asgard, really. I'm gonna go ahead and cable into the Baxter building and see what we draw. That's a nice pickup. So let's Collector here. And then honestly, I might play into Asgard if only to not play into New York. This is kind of a risky location to play into because you don't know how much you're supposed to be able to shuffle to there.
Opponent snapped.
We'll White Queen and grab their most expensive card here, which will give us some information about how to play. New York games often kind of come down to a coin flippy, hey, do I commit here or do I commit to the location they could be moving stuff out of? Like Iron Man here, Sentinel here. This puts us to 12, 14, 17 in the middle because we're likely winning here. This is 6, 11. We're 22 on the left. And then obviously if they like move some large lads into here, we could be in trouble, but I think this is fine enough to stay in for 2 cubes. Close.
Defeat.
That's a fair trade. They got more free power, but they lost utility here. Which seems like decent equity for us. Again, as is always the case, rather than focusing on if we did this other thing, is it a win? You should ask yourself the question, should we be doing this other thing with the information that we have? You will drive yourself mad using hindsight to make decisions. Widow's Bite actually gives us 2 extra power with Ironheart, which is kind of cute. Do I want to commit to how much power we're going to have in Scar for now? I kind of don't mind putting White Queen into here. Just being like, hey, okay, we're at 15 here. Can you beat it? Yeah, this is a pull 3 card. So Quinjet makes all of these cheaper. And if I Quinjet and Moon Girl, I'm also gonna have an Iron Man that's cheaper too. Okay, yeah, let's do this, I think. Moon Girl copies from the left, so we'll get an Iron Man and a Khazar copy. And they just limboed us. Well, that's incredible. Huh? My opponent retreated. Okay, sure. Deal. I mean, them limboing us after we Quinjet there's like kind of great. Ooh, my collector split, chat. More boosters. How long till next card? 25, 38. So we're, what, 70 levels off? I'll have another card tomorrow. And split this bad mamma jamma. You get almost a card per day if you're spending dollars at the top. If you thought about keeping a net cube counter on your overlay to track things, no. I don't like to provide data that people will use incorrectly. It's the same as why I don't keep track of the record when we play Magic. Your sample size is bad and you should feel bad for wanting it. Listen, chat, I don't know what she told you, but size does in fact matter. So if your sample size is small, you should be ashamed and you should keep it to yourself. Quinjet on 1? Can't lose, Chip. Why run Chavez? Chavez is good in every deck that is looking to draw specific cards early. Because Chavez effectively makes it so the rest of your draws are drawn from an 11-card deck. Do you want to see more detailed specifics and how things like Chavez, Domino, and Quicksilver impact the statistics of your draws? Be sure to check out the stats video on my Hoaglandia Snap channel on YouTube. Break down the details and what they mean for your likelihood to draw key things. Okay, so Mantis could go either way. I think we just like Cable Sentinel this turn. Use our mana efficiently.
I am Super Cheese!
Thanks for the super cheese, kiddo. Alright, well, I don't know if this Lockjaw is optimal, but it's definitely sweet, so I'm gonna snap before we know the outcome, Chip. Because I'm committed to the content. Alright, so Iron Man left and chill. Someone asked if that was just a big-ass block of cheese. Chat, I live in America, so I promise you that that is just an average-sized block of cheese.
I am Iron Man.
Okay, so Iron Man left. I'm down more here, so maybe we want to put the Sentinel here and put these here. Right, we might lose this. We'll see. No, we're good. We're good, right?
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, super good.
Victory.
The power of the Quinjet, champ. We've taken flight. Yeah, Lady Sif, Ghost Rider, and Infinite slot into basically everything. Potter Goes Gaming. Thanks for the 16 months. I appreciate the support. Welcome back. I don't even think I want to win Asgard with this deck, so I don't think I'm playing into it. Our collector is about to be huge, chip. Maybe Cable is better than Sentinel here, actually. Okay, that's kind of hilarious. We actually can't bounce all of these. That's fine. Yeah, we can just make the collector huge, but we need to, like, actually do something with it, right? Do I want to Iron Man this turn, or do I want it to be a surprise next turn is my pause here? I think we just Iron Man, so there's no way we're winning Hela, right? So we need to win Asgard.
I am Iron Man.
They also have an Iron Man.
I am Iron Man.
We have more spots to add power, though. Does Chavez plus Agent 13 win here? It's 24. Feels likely. We lose the tiebreaker by 3. Rip. So, lost a little bit of a bad flip there. If Ironheart would have put 2 bonuses here instead of 2 bonuses here, we'd have won the center path. Definitely fine to stay in for 1 more cube. Yeah, I've played Wolfsbane in my Dr. Negative builds before. It's just really awkward early. You can't play Wolfsbane on 3 is the problem. But it's good. It's really good late. Yeah, that beast variant is currently my favorite.
I see all.
That beast variant is currently my favorite card in my favorite variant in the game. Okay, that's gonna guess. Do you think we snap? I guess everything we draw is cheaper. Chill on this for now, I think. It's free technically, unless they like Killmonger us, so. If I do this, we get another Warpath and a Crystal. And then last turn we could double Warpath for 10 mana. For 10 power. And this goes up to 10. It could honestly be right to Zaytu centers. That way it leave us the flexibility to double Warpath, right? I think I like that. I think I like that. Electra is a beating. The difference between you and I, Kraken, is I'm not trying to earn cubes. I'm trying to make content. I think we're actually done here. Farming cubes with, like, the Sarah deck. Just, like, play a Nikia Zoo deck. You'll farm lots of cubes. Again, I think Asgard is actually just not good for us. I don't really want to win it. I'm gonna Mantis mid though, because I think they're likely to play mid. And we'll get a hit off of this. I think the Death Wave deck is very good, in large part due to the fact that it gets to play, what's the word I'm searching for? It gets to play Wave as disruption for the zoo decks. I have to play here next turn. You think means I want a white queen here?
Wind, aid my hand.
Huh? Wait, their deck is empty. That's hilarious. So we play Sentinel here, so that way we go up to +5 here for 19, and then we stay above them here. I'm not going to snap, because I think they retreat if we snap, but I think they might limp in for 1 extra cube. Hey, Admain, thanks for the over 5 years. Appreciate the 62 months. Welcome back. What the Killmonger? Maybe they would have stayed if I snapped. That's a close one. Maybe I could have gotten some cubes out of him. I did not hit the booster cap. Chat, you have to play an unholy amount now to hit the booster cap. I guess we'd rather Mantis, right? Because we're probably playing into here. Now I feel bad I hit the booster cap. So their deck probably can't play into the Dream Dimension or Crimson Cosmos very well, right? If I were to venture a guess.
Victory.
No, credits will always be the bottleneck towards progressing your account. Even if you're spending money every single day like I am, sans when we were in booster cap hell, credits are the bottleneck. I imagine I should be back down to 0 credits by the end of the week once we play a few days with the higher cap. They want to pace people through getting everything in the client. The reason why they do that is the psychology is once people have full collections, they play less. Acquiring new cards is the carrot at the end of the stick that keeps people playing. Runeterra gets brought up a lot whenever we talk about card game economies. And while Runeterra is definitely the least psychologically abusive card game economy of any digital card game out there, I would wager the part of the reason why Runeterra isn't that successful is because of that lack of psychology. Card games kind of need, you're going to feel obligated to play this, even if the format is kind of medium aspect to it. Isn't Runeterra hemorrhaging money? I mean, we don't know their internal metrics per se, but it's hard to imagine. They're super profitable. I would wager it's a loss leader. I would also agree that in terms of core gameplay loops, that Runeterra is less fun than Marvel Snap, but that's subjective. We've talked about this before, but Runeterra is what card game players always say they want their card game to be, but not what they actually want it to be. Like if you asked a bunch of people, a bunch of card game players what they want out of their ideal card game, they'll list most of the things Runeterra does, but they don't actually want those things. They don't really know what they want. You miss Hex. So, fun story. Speaking of Hex, all right, for here, I think we just play Iron Man here. There's actually a DC comic book themed card game releasing this fall that's being made by Cryptozoic, so it has a lot of Hex vibes to it. I'll be interested to see what that looks like when it comes out. Oh, I could have double spelled if I wanted to. I don't know that I wanted to though, right? I don't know that Odin and Mysterio are a deal here. I think I'd rather just Iron Man. We're gonna lose to Death Left. Yeah, maybe. Wave should be set to 4. Yeah, Wave interacting with what's it called? Cards. Cost reductions, the way it does definitely feels a little strange. Not Mantis into Asgard, because I think they're likely to play there. Alright, so I think we're punting Asgard. I'm gonna go Angela into Sentinel here. Slightly more power here. And depending on how they play, that'll dictate where we Devil Dino and where we Sentinel next turn. So they played right. So we'll Devil Dino into the right this turn now. Which may or may not be good enough. That's probably good enough, right? It's probably good enough, right? Said increasingly nervous man. Speaking of Runeterra, LOL, old commands. They have 4 cards, and at least 2 of them are Swarm, right? Or exactly 2 of them are Swarms, so they should be getting empty here. Did we lose? Our Devil Dino's only 10, right? Or 12? It's 12, it's 14. We lost the right by 1. Fuck. We technically lost it by 2, right? Because we would have needed to be 27, so we were losing the tiebreaker in Asgard. In order to Prime sub on mobile, if you're on an iOS device, you have to load my Twitch webpage in your mobile browser. Because the iOS mobile app doesn't allow Prime subs. Think I want a Mantis on one. I kind of want to wait until you can kind of predict where they're going to be playing to. Thanks for jumping through some hoops for me, Panda. Appreciate you. We'll play these out, and we could potentially beast them back next turn. Good chance Mantis misses, but we'll get a free reroll thanks to Beast. Now I think I'm supposed to do this. Then we can Devil Dino on 4. I actually honestly kind of hoping to draw like Cable would be our best draw next turn. So we could Cable, pick a card off their deck, and then beast the 3 back to our hand. Make the collector huge. Cable, or Sentinel. Cable, Sentinel, Quinjet. Any of our things that cost 2 or less. Like, is that a snap? They discarded an Apocalypse. It might still be a snap though, because our hand's pretty good. Collector's about to get Xbox huge. He's gonna gain 8 here. We're gonna draw plus pick 3 up, and then these 3 all represent potentially 2 more powers. It's like looking at least 14 here. Depending on where they play to, if they want to fight over Monster Metropolis, Iron Man probably means we win there. Then we can, like, Devil Dino into the Baxter building. Is Jubilee good right now? We have Moon Girl, White Queen. I guess she probably hits Chavez, right? That could be the play next turn, honestly. Yeah, I think we like Jubilee into Chavez plus Cable. Going on, Darth. Let's play this here for now. Get extra power in the mid. Watch us hit like Quinjet off the Jubilee and get torched. Statistically likely that Chavez is floating on top of our deck, though. Okay. Do I even play Mantis out? Because Mantis makes me... Their Apocalypse is currently 16. Mantis could miss. I don't think I need the 2 extra power here. Because this is gonna add 4. It could be right to if I Mantis here and they Apocalypse here, that's gonna be 16, which will put them to 25. And then this is worth 10 currently, which means if this misses, I lose the Baxter building. They're going up 2 here from Jones, but I'm going up 4 here. This is close. Onslaught just tends to not be a very good card. Onslaught adds power to locations where you already have a lot of power. Wait. What? It took Monster Metropolis for half a second there. I had a small panic attack. I was like, wait, what? But she went up to 10, which meant she got Metropolis, but then Collector got 2 from 13. I was like, wait. I was like, how the hell did this go to 13? Oh, I thought we counted all the permutations. We're not actually playing Jubilee. If you look at our deck list, that was the opponent's Jubilee that we drew. We're simply playing Chavez because she's like a fine play on the last turn. And she makes it more likely that we draw Collector and stuff early. Doesn't the opponent win if they go into Baxter building? Did they? No, because we were winning the Baxter building. We counted it. We sat there and counted. They were at Their 16 did not put them ahead in Baxter. How far till the next card? We'll get another card tomorrow. Would Iron Man have been more power than Devil Dino there? Oh, that's a good question. I didn't count that. That might be the case. That might be the case. Onslaught is one of the pile of 6 drops that just doesn't have enough stats. Now, Onslaught might be a real card alongside... Onslaught might be a real card alongside Tribunal when that card finally happens. Because Tribunal divides your power up evenly. So Onslaught giving you like 80 power in one location could be kind of gas. Miss Marvel is not in the client currently. It's one of the unreleased cards. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about unreleased cards, Jeff, on my Snap YouTube channel, there are 2 different videos where I review all of the data farmed cards from the client. That were found in the data files, but you can't actually get yet. Okay, so they have a copy of Iron Man, but so do I.
Opponent snapped.
I feel like we're doing okay with double Iron Man, double Dino. I could be wrong though.
I am Iron Man.
Alright, so there's no way they're not Ghost Ridering that back, right? Alright, so we Devil Dino Sentinel here, and then we can Sentinel second Iron Man on the last turn. You replace Beast with just anything that draws that adds cards to your hand from the opponents. That's not your stuff. Pick your favorite other card that works with Quinjet in your collection. This game needs Containment Priest. Yeah, I can see an effect like that being good. Cosmo is okay. The problem with Cosmo is that most decks want their own copy of... Most decks want their own on-reveal card, so Cosmo has anti-synergy. It's disruptive to both sides. It's kind of issue. Oh, we could technically play into the Miniaturized Lab this turn too, huh? In my head, I couldn't play here until the last turn, and like next turn's the last turn, but we technically have an extra turn here. Or we don't.
I am Iron Man.
And we're dead, I assume. Wait, no? We win right? Because this is gonna draw us a card? Alright, thanks friend. Appreciate the cubes. Kind Fiend, thanks for the 22 months. People are taking a long time these past few games. Well, you see, I'm used to playing Magic the Gathering Arena, where my opponents are frequently down 8 to 15 minutes on clock compared to me. So people taking a long time to play in Marvel Snap feels lightning fast in comparison. You could normally fit 2 entire games of Marvel Snap inside of the difference in time between me and my opponent in Magic Arena. It is very, very refreshing to have a game where turns feel quickish. That being said, I will say one thing I think Snap could improve is I think you should get progressively more time on the longer turns and less early. I believe all the turns are currently uniform in how much time they give you, and you definitely don't need nearly as much time on 1 and 2 as you do on 5 and 6. And I would like it if they would leave the total game length the same, but adjust where the duration is. I think would be a positive improvement overall.
Avengers! Assemble.
Might be a game where we don't have time to Moon Girl, honestly. I think I was gonna White Queen. We'll grab their most expensive card, which makes Grand Central have more potency. Any way to have the deck image show card text? Negative. If you do exclamation point card name in chat, you'll get the deck name. Or you'll get the card text. Okay, so Devil Dino here, Sentinel here. Gives us the best shot to win. Devil Dino is going to be 12, so that's 24 here, so we win the Baxter building.
Oh, snap.
And then Collector is going to go up to 8 off of Sentinel, and then goes to 11 from winning Baxter building. So we win left and mid. For the cubes, Mr. Bot. Chat, we've been playing for 4 hours and we haven't run out of boosters yet. It's so lovely. I didn't realize that Moon Girl and Devil Dinos were characters in the same show. I agree that it's nice and fitting that they synergize together. Kind of the same way Odin and Thor technically have synergy together, which is great to see. Another good flavor W. Electra is not a turn 1 play. Is the TLDR. Electra is an interactive disruptive element that you play on the later turns, which means if you're asking yourself, should I put Electra in my deck? The question you need to answer is, do you have room to fit a 1-drop on turns 4, 5, or 6 consistently? Being able to play these into the Hellfire Club is pretty big sad. I think I want the extra mana from Superflow again next turn, so I'm gonna wait a second. I think my plan is like play Iron Man out along with these into here. Yeah, Shocker is just a vanilla 2/3. It's not great. Okay, and now I'm waiting to play these until after we Collector, right? So like next turn we'll have 6 mana. We can actually just like vomit my entire hand if I want to. I actually probably don't need to fight over the Hellfire Club, right? If they're in the Nakia Storm deck, they're gonna... I don't really want to Iron Man into either of these either, though. I'm gonna put Iron Man into here for now, but I think there's a chance that this is wrong.
I am Iron Man.
Oh, they're a Mr. Negative deck. No. This game does not currently have any cards that are just strictly worse than other things, which is nice. I think I'm Shockering mid. Just for the sake of hedging, I don't really want to fill Superflow, I don't think, with only 9. Devil Dino is going to get a little small here. Honestly, oh, Shocker in hand's actually better, right? Because it's 1 on board, but it's 2 in hand. Do we just White Queen? Maybe we just White Queen, and that tells us what the most expensive card is, too. Although drawing off of their deck after they Mr. Negative had some interesting repercussions. Kazar's actually kind of cute. We have 2 1-drops over here. Do you believe in magic and a turn 7? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It's just a Chavez mid, right? Chavez mid and chill. And then we have White Queen, Kazar, and Wolfsbane all on the last turn if we want to, potentially. Committing Blue Marvel into the Hellfire Club where I have Iron Man is a bold strategy. So if I do this, I end up with 4 cards in my hand. So I'll have 8, 18, 21 in the middle. The Collector is going to go up 4. So that's going to add 8 on the right. The Queen will add 12. So I'm going to add 20. So it'll be 32 on the right. And we'll be 21 in the middle. And we'll be plus 9, 15. Oh, and because we got rid of this location in the center, Shocker actually adds 1 more power to play it here, right? Mr. Negatives kind of makes their turn scary, so I think I'm going to just click submit here, but I'm definitely staying it even though they stepped, I think. Yeah, I think we have a decent shot to win, right? Man, brutal.
Defeat.
So, if I would have put Wolfsbane into the Hellfire Club, we would have won. Yeah, our opponent's deck is just like, Honestly, it makes me very sad about my own Mr. Negative deck because they have a bunch of cards I just don't have that are very good in it. So the tiebreaker is whoever has more total power. So they're up by 32 here in the middle, and I'm only up by 15 here. I didn't think they would commit into my Iron Man path, which is why I committed minimal extra power here, but I guess I should have assumed that could be a possibility. Would have only put 13 here. There's a different world where they commit left and then I still lose center right. The way they've chosen to adjust the new booster limit, if you hit the booster limit in Marvel Snap now, you should take that as a sign to go outside and touch some grass, okay? The game does, in fact, actively limit how much money you can spend. Well, our hand's kind of okay. We don't have a collector at the moment. I guess we're gonna Sentinel plus Mantis. Guessed right on the Mantis. Well, we know what location we're not playing into.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, they seem pretty dedicated to sticking to their limiting how much you can spend in one go. Oh, they're an Agatha deck. Okay. So now they get to drive for these last couple of turns. We Devil Dino here, and then it's probably just like... Oh, you know what? This is a mistake. I should have played the Rock here, because I want a Collector plus Moon Girl next turn, and I want to be able to generate more things. Yeah, if I would have played the Rock out, we'd be getting extra power on here. And as is, I think we're dead. Would two more power have made the difference? Have. It's unfortunate that Agatha committed to our not Iron Man path. We could have gotten two more here.
Defeat.
Get one or two more at this, and I think we might play some Agatha ourselves. Farm some boosters on her. And the Agatha's one of the few cards I've split twice because she always claims the boosters for herself. I think we have enough cards post-collector that add cards to our hand here. I think I'm just going to Agent 13 on one. Agatha always plays a card every turn at random, chat. For people that haven't seen that deck play before. I think Collector into the negative zone is fine. We're gonna make him rather large. He's a good chance to win that. Their Chavez was actually their bottom card. That's an interesting distinction. Mantis is a random card and Cable is not. I kind of want to just play Chavez this turn. Hey, look, chat. Professor Tilt caused my opponent to leave the game. Nice snap card, opponent. Thanks for the cue. I hate Professor X, chat. It's so obnoxious. 95% of games, Professor X loses someone when it flips up. Sometimes you're the person that it loses the game for. High variance card. If you're not playing Professor X with exactly Spider-Man, you are, that's true. Daredevil would be a neat synergy with him. Spider-Man and Daredevil would be a sweet Professor X deck where you actually use it tactically instead of just coin flipping. I'm gonna play Mantis on 1 here because I want to beast her back on 3 most likely along with Cable. Yes, actually perfect. So we'll Agent 13 and then Beast pick all of them back up. Daredevil is an unreleased card. Not out yet. Fuck you, Devil Dinosaur. Warms my cold dead heart, shit. I think we snap on the second Devil Dino, right? I'm gonna Mantis mid because I think they're most likely to play mid, but I think we're punting mid overall, so I'm gonna Agent 13, right? That's a Quinjet. So I can do this. And then next turn we can Devil Dino plus something else potentially. Oh, we're dead on the right, huh? Oh, their deck was empty, so Cable couldn't draw something. Oof.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I think we're dead, right? Yeah, Ball and Squirrel. It's a super high variance card. The reason why, if you're new to the channel, I really dislike Professor X as a card is when you try and cheese a location with it, Blue Marvel wins it. No? I play Blue Marvel here. This goes down to 10. This goes down to up. 17, this goes to 21. Claw mid wins right? No, it ties right. Because remember, chat, every card I play out of my hand makes Devil Dino 2 smaller. Every card we play out of hand makes Devil Dino smaller. Did they have a hand? They did, yes. Part of the reason why they didn't have a deck was because Asgard drew them 2 cards. It is a Heimdall avatar added in the season pass. So, it feels like you normally want a Collector before you Sentinel, but because we have Quinjet, we can Sentinel here and then Collector plus 1 mana Sentinel next turn. So this nets us power overall. Yeah, Ghost Rider is currently my vote for the most powerful card in the current patch. It's either Ghost Rider or Nakia. Those two add the most power for the least amount of resources. Lady Sif, Ghost Rider, plus a couple of bombs slots into basically everything. Again, not really interested in winning Asgard, I don't think. Do I expect our opponent to play into Clan? We can just, like, be non-committal and play Marvel here, right? I probably just need to get rid of the Rowlet plushie. Cute 1-2 there for the opponent. Opponent snapped. Really? That's confident. I think we're definitely in it to win it still. Maybe they're on Patriot. Patriot means they theoretically have 19 mid. We could grow up our Collector to beat that, I think. Okay, well, electing not to play into Asgard too hard was rewarded there. So we want to play as much power as possible for the purpose of tiebreakers. This is going to add 4 more cards to my hand here, which means Collector's gonna go up to 12. And this is gonna be 14, 18, 25 here on the left.
Oh, snap.
I love this Chavez variant, it's great. The fist bump, because she never leaves you hanging on turn 6, is just like perfect. You'd Sentinel right so Marvel can move if needed. That's a thought. I guess we are giving this 8. I don't know. I kind of think Marvel needs to stay here because of Patriot. Honestly, my snap might be wrong there, because this might be they're not confident enough to give us 6 cubes, but they might give us 2 more. I'd wager that snap might be bad, actually. All right, let's do with one more with this, and then we'll let Agatha take the wheel, huh? Thanks everybody for hanging out this afternoon, by the way. We've had a ton of new follows. We've been playing Snap all day. Welcome. For folks that are new, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch. I do a ton of card games and strategy games. Built my brain playing a lot of Magic, but I've been absolutely addicted to Marvel Snap since it released. Been having a ton of fun playing it. If you enjoy the vibe of the channel, be sure to check out my Snap dedicated YouTube channel as well. Hoaglandia Snap posts deck highlights, other game news there 4 or 5 days a week. I think I want a collector right, because the other big payoff my deck has access to is Devil Dino, and I'd like to Devil Dino an Onslaught Citadel if it shows up. Movement deck with multiple man. Instantly rewarded not only because of Miniaturized Lab, but also drew the Devil Dino. It's just good gameplay right there, Chip. Well, with this now of runes, there's less reason to commit Devil Dino there necessarily, so it's gonna White Queen for now. Okay, well, that's a cute one to know about. You're expecting Cerebro here, potentially. Magic and Rhino could kind of go into anything. Gonna wait to see if we see another movement card out of them. Just be a Moon Girl left angle, so that way next turn we can Sentinel again. I feel like we're in an okay spot. I'm gonna stay in here, see what they do. It's rude. Alright, yeah, almost assuredly a Cerebro deck at this point. I think we do this, right? So Collector's gonna gain 6 power here. So we'll be at 14, 17, 19. Well, I want to beat 20 here, right? And then I'll beat 20 on the left as well, because this will be 14, 18, will be exactly 20 here. I'm gonna stay in. We could lose this. If they Cerebro into Mystique, we die. I assume we've got a Mystique under here that's gonna get me on the right. Nope. Got him.
Victory.
Neat build out of the opponent for sure. Magic's a card I really like for my Cerebro build. We're one game of boosters off of upgrades on 3 different cards. Yeah, I don't think you can play Cerebro without Mystique since they nerfed Moon Girl. I think you need a way to get double Cerebro, and you can't play Moon Girl anymore, obviously, which is big sad. Oh my gosh, we hit the Blind Mantis on one. That's great. Okay, and then we can cable Korg into Beast on 4. I guess there's a question of, do I really want to Korg them if I'm gonna be cabling their deck? I don't know the answer to that. Is Sentinel Korg better then? Sentinel Korg might be better. Yeah, but I'm going to be bouncing these cards back to my hand, potentially, which means that I'll be drawing cards after the fact. Okay, so now I got to decide, do I think I can beat this green goblin? I could theoretically Beast to the center here. That's an interesting thought. I might have a freebie on the left against their deck, because their deck probably doesn't play into Crimson Cosmos particularly well. What do you think of this? Iron Man isn't great with Green Goblin, but it's good with both of these. And then next turn, we could potentially... I guess I don't need to Korg this turn, unless I want them to draw a rock. I think they're likely to play something here with Nightcrawler. The middle is weak to Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi's not usually a card the opponent's archetype plays. I don't think it's really worth discussing playing around. Professor X is also a card they don't usually play, though, so... all bets are off. I mean, here at least, if they want... I'm honestly surprised they didn't Professor X into the Crimson Cosmos. It feels like that was the line there. If they wanted to try and cheese something, maybe they expected me to have a 5. This is cute. Hey, glad you're having fun with it, Bono. Yeah, it's a really, really sweet 2-3-4 curve for sure. Just like Devil Dino and chill for now. This is free, so we gotta wait to see where we want to play it out. This is a bot, so they should stay in here. Oh, they apparently sent out another wave of actual beta invites, right? A couple of people in the subs Discord said they got one. I wonder how many extra people they opened up to.
I am Iron Man.
I am Iron Man.
Iron Man.
Yeah, no, I don't think it matters. I think all of our roads lead towards Rome here. Their Heimdall was not so good yet.
Victory.
Not so good. When will we hit boosters on one of the 3 cards that's one set of boosters away from leveling up, chat? Therein lies the question. I'm really glad they uncapped it though, because the random booster number, the random assignment of boosters feels way less bad, but you can just like play more games to mitigate the variance on it. That was the worst part about the cap, when you'd end up with like a bunch of cards at like 35 out of 40 boosters and like 26 out of 30 boosters. You're like, we're so close on all of these and yet so far away because we were capped. Heimdall does have a pure gas animation, that's true. It's a collector into the unrevealed zone. Then play both of these. Mantis could go either way. I think I'm gonna just Agent 13 for now to take the guaranteed boost. Alright, well them not having access to Killmonger is a good beat for us. Oh, wave. Deal. They killed my Stark Tower. So, I think with Collector in play here, I actually want to play Iron Man left, because I'm likely to have a lot of power in this location already. So I think I want to use Iron Man to power up the left side. I don't know where they're likely to play. Mantis is kind of high variance at the moment. I think we just spew our hand here so that way Moon Girl can have a lot to copy next turn. Maybe we leave the multiple man back. Because Sentinel is going to add 1, and then we'll draw Chavez next turn. We can Sentinel into Moon Girl again to make Collector nice and big. Oh, this wasn't stolen, it was created. Yeah, good call. That's Agent 13. Good shout. Taskmaster taking Death's Power is pretty good. Now I'm almost kind of punished for not having played out multiple man. We'll play this extra one for the extra power, but if I would have played multiple man out last turn, I could have played this. No, I guess we're still generating 4 either way, right? Alright, I'm gonna stay in, but we might lose this. I'm adding 8 power to Collector here. Our Mantis soul reads have been high. You're not wrong. Adding 8 power means we tie Chavez here, and then we win the tiebreaker. Yeah, clean game.
Victory.
Victory. All right, let's let Agatha take the wheel for a little bit, huh? This deck's called Burgle because I have a buddy who uses the online handle Burgle who works with computer AIs. I think we snap anytime we have Wave in the opener. So, for people that haven't seen this before, Agatha always starts in your hand as a bonus card. And then she's a 6 mana, 13 power card, but she plays your cards for you. She plays at random with the asterisk that she always plays herself if able. So this deck is kind of a deck building problem of you want to build the deck in a way that minimizes the mistakes the AI can make playing randomly, while also maximizing the ability to play Agatha to the board early, because like with Wave, if Agatha plays to the board on turn 4, we actually get to control turns 5 and 6. So we get kind of this free extra card with a lot of power, and then we get to control some of the later turns still. So Agatha will be assigned to the board randomly. She's choosing to win middle. Playing Agatha to the Lockjaw lane isn't good. No, she doesn't redraw herself when she's added back to your deck. Like you can draw her off District X. Like your duck will get replaced with an Agatha in it, and then she takes over when you draw her. All right, I think I want to Captain Marvel into Stark Tower with the hope that then Giganto plus Captain Marvel lets us win 2 of the 3. Giganto has the restriction that he can only be played left.
All systems go.
Root into Stark Tower is pretty good here. Okay, so things can move to New York. So what if we do this and just fully hedge the bets, huh? And we hope Captain Marvel cleans it up for us. So you have the potential for 25 left and the potential for 24 mid. Yeah, Pseudonym. This deck is incredibly likely to have Wave and or Electro on 3 because of Agatha and Chavez. Hey, Trent, thanks for the 14 months. I appreciate the resub. Welcome back. Oh, just enough.
Defeat.
And this is again kind of the gambly New York. If I maybe I'm supposed to slide this here, but if I slide wave here and they Chavez mid, then they have 19 here, and I guess we beat 19. Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to slide wave. If I slide wave, Marvel could win left. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to slide wave there. We're almost ready to infinite split. We're gonna play Agatha until we can infinite split her for the third time, chat. I feel like I need a third Agatha split in my life. Run down some boosters with her.
Right on time.
Domino always shows up on turn 2. I really hope they fix this Domino bug. So Domino is in Grand Central Station right now. Now she's there with Electro. Really unlucky that Agatha played Electro instead of Wave. Lost the 50-50 there. Also played Electro into Grand Central instead of Karmatage, which would have also been good for us. Now she can play any of these 3 at random. Jubilee is the best of the random ones she could play here, so we got that going for us. I kept the Marvel would fine too, but she'll put a bunch of power into play for us. Oh, and she had Karmatage here. Yeah, this actually works out really well. My brain was so focused on this, I didn't think about that. Turn 5, Agatha comes into play. Snap, they might bail here. Honestly, when Jubilee hit center, I should have snapped last turn. Marvel Snap is an auto battler now. It really is, Dara. Angela into Grand Central is an interesting choice, because it's going to put a card in here at random this turn, so they're not going to get the third... They're not going to get the third trigger on her. Seems pretty loose. Free Captain Marvel sounds great. When I started playing Magic, about 20 years ago. A long, long time ago in a galaxy far away. I played Magic very casually for a long time. And then during undergraduate / grad school, I started playing competitively, and I played competitively for a few years. You're waiting too long to play this game. I promise you, if you're capable of Googling sideload Marvel Snap, you can start playing it yesterday.
What are the odds?
Domino did not play into Superflow, so I think I'm gonna snap. Electro. I guess that's fine. Electro not into Superflow means they Agatha next turn. Oh, and Titan flipped up too. LOL. Okay, so we Jubilee right, I think, to flip Chavez out. And then we can Giganto left or Hulk right next turn, depending on what they do. They played Magic competitively from Arabian Nights to Ice Age. I mean, competitive Magic didn't really exist back then.
Opponent snapped.
Good here, right? This is plus 11, maybe? What do I got here that beats us? Not Bucky Barnes. Oh, are they cracking down on people sideloading? I was actually surprised they were allowing it to begin with, but everyone was doing it. $26 more boosters. All right, we're gonna play 5 more games with Agatha, and then we'll swap over to something else. Why do I have 17 things that need boosters? Oh, I did get an Agatha variant. I think I like the regular Agatha art better. Oh yeah, if your side load stopped working, you need to update your APK. Yeah, you had to download a new APK. If you didn't do that, it's not gonna let you play. All right, we've got a 50-50 towards flipping wave on turn 3.
Right on time.
Oh god, chat. This is why I didn't snap yet. My body is ready for it to play wave into the dark dimension. Electro into dark dimension, same difference.
Opponent snapped.
All right, actually torched. I think we might be torched, Chip. I have seen Agatha play wave over Electro before. It's just a little unlucky that we haven't seen it on stream. Speaking of unlucky, this is not a great 1 in 3 for us. By Magneto here, we pull Deathlock over. Yeah, I don't think we end up winning this, right? I guess we could do this, but like we're losing here, and like if they play anything here, we lose, right? Because we only have 2 power here.
Escaped.
We get Jubilee on the left to hit Marble. Yeah, I don't know if those odds are worth singing for 2 more cubes. It'd be better to only run wave to just have 1/3 drop. I actually haven't run the numbers on that. But I mean, there are games where like you have Electro and don't have wave, right? Like those are the games you gotta ask yourself about.
Always lucky.
And in theory, there should be more games where you have just Electro and no wave than where you have both, right? And in the games where you have both, you still have a 50% chance of hitting wave instead of Electro. The computation is not clean. It's what I should probably do to figure out the min-max, but I would be surprised if it's not optimal to run Electro. is what my gut says. Because then there's also the computation, the games where you have Electro on 3 are only good if you have a 5, but not Jubilee. Because like here, Electro's not even that useful. I guess it still gets us to Agatha turn ahead of time, right? Ah, yes, the old Jubilee Electro deck.
Oh, snap.
My opponent said they're confident. I'm gonna press the snap button.
Victory.
All right, let's see if Agatha can manage not messing up the 1 and 3 this time.
What are the odds?
Oh, right, we played Domino and not Electro here. Sedge. They Lady Sift a large lad. Yikes. Okay, we Electrode over Waved again, but we did it into not Superflow, so we still get to Agatha next turn, which is nice. I do not have a copy of Spider-Man, no. There are 2 cards in my deck. What are they? Captain Marvel and Chavez? So I think we Jubilee plus Wave this turn, right? Oh, I can only play 1 card per turn. That's unfortunate. I think I want to wave this turn for attempted disruption. And now we Magneto left to pull Khazar over. The problem is they're gonna get to Ghost Rider. I'm gonna get torched by Ghost Rider is the problem. Oh, they don't have it. Good beats. Did I just lose the tiebreaker? I just lost the tiebreaker by 1. They're up 14, we're up 13. Oof. All right, 2 more for our 3rd Agatha split, and we'll swap over to something else. We'll finish with our auto battler portion of the afternoon. Like, open a new card today. We opened Destroyer. Womp womp. Which is not only unplayable, but it's also part of the upcoming Nexus event. So we were gonna get it anyways. What a waste of 96 levels.
Opponent snapped.
Maybe we will cut. Maybe we will try cutting Electro. There's been a lot of games where it's been real bad. Agatha goes left, Hulk goes center. Morph is so good against us, chat. That's incredibly unfair. Oh, we can move all these people to New York. They explain how Nexus events are going to work. I don't know what the event part of it is. They talked about how you're gonna pull from pools of random things, but I don't know how that's gonna equate to, is there like some actual gameplay associated with it, or are you just opening or are you just opening loot boxes? It could literally just be loot boxes to target towards specific characters. Like temporary booster packs, basically. Which would make sense to a degree. You know, card gamers love loot boxes. Yeah. Card gamers love loot boxes, Chip. What's our other 6-drop, Chip? Who do we want to play? If I'm cutting Electro. Honestly, if I'm cutting Electro, the 5-drops are kind of medium too, right? We should play Destroyer, obviously. Leader. I think Captain Marvel's still worth playing because she can make up for some of Agatha's mistakes. Destroyer. Yeah, we kind of have to play some 5s here, don't we? Blue Marvel's not very good. Spectrum's not very good. Yeah, I think we're stuck playing some 5s. I guess we could play Odin. Odin's a reroll on... Odin lets Jubilee high roll sometimes, right? It's like fine with leader. And then maybe we just leave Vision in, or we play like Hobgoblin or something. We could play Thor as an extra 4-drop. That's true. Exploring just other 4-drops that could be good, could be fine. Is Thor the best one? Just to like play on curve in games where we don't have wave? Well, I guess we still want 5s, so that way when we wave a 6 into play, we have 5s to play on the turn after, right? So maybe we do leave Hobgoblin and Vision in. Maybe I do want 3 5s. Yeah, I'm gonna put 3 5s in. I'll leave Vision in. Oh, I forgot to. Oh man, forgot to screenshot. We could just play something like Sandman as a disruptive element. That's true. Sandman is pretty good into the Zeus form decks. Opening digital packs is integral to players' enjoyments of Magic Arena. Yep. What happens if Agatha plays Hobgoblin in a lane where there's already 4 units? Sadness ensues. think all these doctors that end up villains are there because they're getting crushed by the debt of all of those PhDs? Yeah, probably. Wave on 3, that's a snap chip. Played Wave on 3 and it wasn't into Murder World. Things you love to see. It. Beating the odds here, Chip. She didn't play into Titan either. That's good for us. Do we want to Magneto the Bishop out of Murder World? I think we do. So we're up 7 here. We're up 7 here. We're up 7 here as well. My deck has 8 cards in it, many of which are rocks. So I can't. It's a shame we have so many rocks in our deck because we have Leader and Captain Marvel in my deck, which would both be excellent cards here. They have 3 cards to play out. We just gotta, like, Hulk and pray we hit the location they play to, right? I guess we just Hulk, right? So they have to play here as well? Well, I guess if we Hulk right, they just get their hand empty. That's not true. 2 of them are Swarm. Okay. I'm gonna Hulk middle. Look at that, chat. We gambled correctly. We won yield coin flip. Victory. Chat, that wasn't really a read. That was a coin flip. There was no, like, we were both the same ratio of power in both these spots. Good old flippy rippy. Boosters and mystery boxes and credits. Oh, and look, chat, we got Agatha Harkness boosters. It's perfect. It was meant to be. All right, let's split our gal here, and we'll level up the first one, and then we'll play something else. All right, this is the first card I've split 3 times. All right, how? Okay, so this one is like textured, and this one is, oh wait, where's the new one? How is this bottom one different than this? I guess they're slightly different colors. They're slightly different colors. I feel like some of the split variants could use a little bit more distinction between them. I don't know that I can fully tell which what the difference is between some of these. Yeah, they're not identical if you look really close, but I feel like I shouldn't have to look close. Well, so chat, this one is animated because it's infinite level. So like once the bottom variant gets fully upgraded, it will also be animated. There's swirls on the new one, maybe. Oh yeah, I guess it kind of shows here what it's added, huh? There's different symbols here. All right, let's play some of the Beast Bounce deck to wrap up. We haven't played any of this today, and it's my favorite one. We've been playing for 5 hours, chat. We haven't hit the booster limit yet. There are still boosters to be had. And boost and boost and boost we shall. So I think with Murray Isle flipping up here, I gotta decide, do I want to Angela into Isle? It could be right to Collector this turn, and then we go Agent Beast into Onslaught next turn. Yeah, I think that's the sequence. Okay, we'll go into Karmatage when we replay these things, although... Huh, do I want to get Bishop down now before I start bouncing with Beast? Probably. And then hopefully we draw another 1-drop next turn so we can go 1-drop Beast. Perfect. I think that's a snap before they see what's about to happen. Hulkbuster actually has synergy with Angela here because it's a card that will trigger Angela and then go on to something else in the path, which is fun. All right, so we're losing Onslaught Citadel with Strong Guy. They just emptied their hand to swarm the last one. It is. What if we do this? It's not particularly resource efficient. I kind of want to wait on Agent 13 so that way I can play it on Karmatage to give the Collector an extra boost if possible. Yeah, I think there's a chance to want to double the Agent too. I guess doubling a Koye doesn't do a whole lot, huh? Maybe we do this and we hold Rocket Raccoon for next turn. I think I like this. Yeah, because we're only drawing Chavez, so one extra from this isn't a huge deal. They have 2 7-power swarms in hand, is accurate. Okay, so they have Chavez plus 2 7-power swarms. If they Chavez here, she's 11. They're still losing here. If they Chavez plus swarm here, because they haven't moved Nightcrawler yet, that would be 14, 25, 26, 27, 28. And I have Chavez for 12 plus Rocket Raccoon. So we win deterministically here, right? The most they can add here is 11, and then they lose. And the most they can add here is 14, 25, 28. 28 plus 10 is 38 here. Oh, wait, maybe they got us? So I was forgetting to count the other time. I was only counting how much they're adding. They're adding 28, 38. This is 28, 30. We're only at 34 here, right? So we are torched. I guess if we go here, though, this is going to go up to... Yeah, I don't know. I think we're still short, right? Because we're going to go to 36 now. Yeah, they're going to go to 36. Yeah, I guess I should have...
Defeat.
It was tough trying to figure out where I was supposed to commit my third payoff to. And if I commit Angela here, we kind of end up in a different situation, similar situation here, right? That's a good example of what I mean. I wish I had more time on turn 6 and less time on turns 1 and 2. I think they should cut the timers on the first 3 turns and give you a little bit of extra time on turns 5 and 6. But yeah, I mean, Nakia and Ghost Rider are the 2 best cards in Step right now. They're very, very, very pushed. I can actually collect her into Clintar, right? Because he can get pretty big on his own. Running Nakia in this deck makes sense. Instead of me telling you you're wrong, tell me why you're right. Say, Jeff, you should run Nakia in this deck because... And articulate your point, and we can talk about it. But the short, blunt answer to your question is, no, I don't think I should run Nakia in this deck. That's why I'm not playing it. So if you disagree with that assessment, feel free to tell me why you disagree with it, and we can talk about it. It's actually strictly optimal to move this here, right? So I'm gonna have the opportunity to move it to New York later. Wave into Odin probably means we lose. Our deck can usually beat 1 copy of Wave, but multiple waves is a little bit too hard. That cheesed out of New York too. I'll stay in for 1 more cube.
Defeat.
I mean, that game wasn't just about Professor X, right? Like, we would have beaten just the Professor X, and maybe we beat the double wave, but I definitely couldn't beat both.
Oh, snap.
My chat is only in subscriber-only mode when I play Magic the Gathering. And I would take the time to explain why that is, but I feel like anybody who's spent any amount of time with Magic the Gathering players doesn't need an explanation for that. I like Iceman. I'm pretty confident this mix of 1-drops is pretty close to ideal. I specifically, the only 1-drop I'm missing is I really want Hood for this deck. As someone who has streamed a lot of different card games in his Twitch career at this point, trust me when I tell you that Magic the Gathering players are uniquely, the people that watch Magic the Gathering are uniquely much worse than the average card game audience on Twitch. To some degree, it can happen, but what's the best way to put it? Because Magic the Gathering is so prohibitively expensive for people to play, the types of people that are more likely to be invested for it tend to have a certain type of mindset to the game because of the amount of money they've put into it specifically. Oh, we're not mindscaping here. That's actually good for me. Is it good for me? Yeah. Oh, we got a freebie, sure. Okay, that's a blade. Is that good? I can't actually tell if that's good or not. So we have Chavez plus this. That puts us to 20 on the left. Which I guess loses to their Chavez. They RNG'd Giganto. I didn't even consider the fact that they couldn't empty their hand. Could we have won right here, potentially? Brood plus Patriot would have been a soft combo. This would have been 2-8. Yeah, we could have totally done Brood Patriot here. I don't know. I felt like I was unlikely for them not be able to empty their hand, but Giganto, I guess, messed that up on them. I really didn't want to play into Asgard because I felt like they were likely to be able to do something there. If I were a gambling man and I'm sitting here playing a card game, so I'm definitely a gambling man, I would definitely wager that FromSoft gamers are the one group of people more toxic than Magic the Gathering players. I just retreated there because I want to play one more game here and I don't really feel like making it a District X game. I'm not gonna get into my full FromSoft games rant here just now on stream, but I will say the type of person your game is going to attract when your game's main shtick is this game is too hard for certain people to play is pretty toxic by default. Rocks into DC are 3 power at least. Oof. If we hit a bishop or a, how about a 4th rock? All right, I lied when I said that was the last one. We can play through a couple of rocks. 4 out of 5 is not gonna be possible. So, Panzer, the FromSoft games by definition are not accessible. Like every objective measurement you use to measure accessibility, the FromSoft games intentionally fail. I would believe you that you found the Elden Ring game easier and playable for you, and I hope you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it, but they are objectively not accessible. They distinctly lack accessibility features explicitly intentionally. They don't have a pause button? That's wild. Single player games without pause button in 2022 is like a choice. Oh, I guess Elden Ring technically is network play though, right? Yes, accessible does not mean easy. Making a game's difficulty lower is a form of accessibility, but it's not the only form of accessibility. What's going on, Robert? Thanks for the 51 months. Welcome back. That's the same thing with most... What is that? Oh yeah, people poking streamers SC when they're gonna play a particular game. That's not really exclusive. Although, fun fact, that's the thing Magic players do a ton too. It took me months of regularly streaming non-Magic stuff to quell down the, hey, are you still streaming Magic? When I would poke at other things. Our start here is pretty good. That's nice. I think I want to Iceman before I cord. So we'll Angela into Iceman here, and then ideally next turn we draw another 1-drop and we go 1-drop into Falcon, pick the board up. Perfect. So 1-drop, and then I think we're playing for Lemuria. Her opponent failed. Chat, Marvel Snap is the ultimate just one more game. I mean, I can stop whatever I want. It's not a problem, okay? I don't have a problem. You have a problem. I think Asgard's probably decent for our deck, right? I think I'm gonna Rocket Raccoon and Nightcrawler into here. Nah, maybe we Korg, actually. Better get the rock going sooner. Oh, they didn't play into Asgard. Interesting. Oh! Oh, chat, I found a piece of candy, chat. Yes, Asgard is the new location for the week. They add a new location every week. Their goal. It's popping up. It's 40% chance to have Asgard in a given game right now for today and tomorrow. Winning Asgard's even a little bit more valuable here because of the Elysium. Hoping to draw Bishop here. Legion 13. There's a good chance we lose Asgard here. We're only adding 11 power, and they Nikia'd last turn. Hazmat is really bad for us. Sorry, only adding 10 power, math. Yeah, Falcon is our best draw for sure. Okay. Okay, we're cooking with gas. This lets us bail out of Asgard, and it lets me deploy Hazmat this turn, right? And shrink their board. I think that's a snap, right?
Oh, snap.
So we're gonna play for... Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have played Hazmat here. I think I should have played Hazmat into Asgard, actually. So I might need to play to win Elysium. Is that a mistake on my turn? Yeah, it is a little unfortunate that we have priority, which means this is gonna flip up before this happens, but... Think we can win Asgard? Really? I don't think so. There. Okay, so we go this here. Rocket Raccoon, this. I'm adding, this is going up to 20, and this is gonna be 6, so we should be good here. And then we're adding 13 more here. Alright, that was a sweet last game for us. We did those. Alright, I'm gonna end on that one, chat.
Victory.
We played for 5.5 hours today, and we didn't hit the booster limit. Which is gas. I'm down to 735 credits. So we got through almost all of them. At one point I was pushing the 5,000 credit limit, and we bought out the season pass, so we're good. We're good to go. We should get a new card tomorrow, I believe. Yeah, I'm currently 35 levels away from getting a new card, and I will buy 1,800 credits tonight, plus new daily missions means we'll hit that tomorrow easy. I'll be back tomorrow morning doing some more Marvel Snap. Remember, if you're new to the channel and you want more from me, the Snap Highlight channel had a new video post there this morning. Be sure to check that out. I appreciate everybody that does it. I'll be back with some more live stuff tomorrow. Everybody enjoy the rest of your, is it Wednesday? It's Wednesday, my dudes. We'll catch you later.